If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 28 Porsche 911 GT RSR would have a pretty good shot. It's a racing legend known for its balance and reliability on circuits like Sagalices. The car's handling and aerodynamics seem perfect for weaving through tight turns and maintaining speed on the straights. Plus, it's got that racing pedigree that often makes a difference when it comes to these AI showdowns. So, my bet is on the Porsche to take the checkered flag in this lineup. Alright everyone, time's almost up. If you want to see which car takes the win, better make your choice now before it's too late. Don't miss out on the excitement. Wow, this is an interesting matchup. The Ferrari F430 GTC is certainly a classic with its powerful V8 engine and sleek design, but it's undoubtedly a bit older. Meanwhile, the Gillette Vertigo is known for its lightweight and agility, which could come in handy on Circuito Sagalices. If I had to guess, I'd say the Ferrari might have the edge in raw power, but the Vertigo's nimbleness might let it navigate tighter corners better. Honestly, it could come down to how the AI handles the turns and accelerates out of them. But hey, who doesn't love a good underdog story? I think I'd put my chips on the Ferrari just because of that big engine roar and the name recognition. Though, don't be surprised if the Vertigo pulls off a sneaky win with its agility. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Circuito Sagalices and Maya is starting in pole position driving a classic 23 seat cover G. Let's see if that vintage magic can hold off the new kids on the block. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Amy in second, and Agreds 34 holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Agreds 34 just overtook someone to move into second place. Amy and Agreds 34 nose to tail in that battle for second. Evolution 954 and Cobber are swapping positions in a close fight for 8th. Amy just overtook someone to move into second place. Agreds 34 and Amy are nose to tail. No room for error. Steve Jumper and Rana Rampage are wheel to wheel for 4th. Looks like a photo finish. Agreds 34 is climbing up to second place. Steve Jumper is also advancing to 4th. Cobber is making a strong move up to 6th. Cobber and Rana Rampage are nose to nose for 5th. Ronnie Rampage is just ahead of Steve Jumper in the fight for 4th place. Blackbeard and GM Prime are neck and neck for the 13th spot. Toadette the Kitty and Lil Sprout are battling closely for 15th. Gian and Prime advances to 12th place. Lil Sprout climbs to 14th place. Toadette the Kitty and Blackbeard are nose to nose for 15th. Blackbeard's in a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro, sitting in 15th place. Looks like they're hanging in there but not making much progress. Toadette the Kitty is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack. The GTS cars are dominating with the top 3 spots, showing their strength on this track. The Trans Am class is trailing behind, likely struggling with the track layout or car performance differences. Cometwi is holding on to 6th but struggling to gap a Generate, who's right behind with a slightly faster lap. Looks like a close fight for that position. Ignite is currently in 8th place with a Gillette Vertigo. Their fastest lap is 1:10:38, which is competitive, but not quite enough to catch the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making big moves. Toadette the Kitty is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class type. They're currently in last place and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack. Steve Jumper just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Amy and Steve Jumper are nose to tail fighting for that 3rd spot. The circuit's tight corners seem to favor the Seat Cupra GTs, with Maya leading and Steve close behind. The longer straights are benefiting the American muscle cars, but the overall pace suggests the track's balance is keeping the race competitive. The circuit's tight corners seem to favor the Seat Cupra GTs, with Maya holding the lead and Steve jumping up. The longer straights might be benefiting the Mustangs and Camaros trying to catch up. Ronnie Rampage is in a 2001 Chevrolet Camaro LM. They're currently in 5th place, running just behind Steve Jumper. Looks like they're holding steady but not making big moves yet. Amy is closing in on the leader now. Runner and Page and Cubber are making steady progress, climbing 1 spot each. Agrids 34 is having a tough time and has dropped to 12th place. Cometwi has gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Igenarite also moved up 1 spot to 7th. Hey there, Steve Jumper. Glad you're back in the mix. We've got some AI cars racing, so sit tight and enjoy the chaos on the track. Wow, Maya, you must be thrilled. Winning the race at Circuitos Aguileses is no small feat. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Guess you're the one to beat now. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was an impressive performance. Now, for the drivers who can claim a car, Maya managed to get the fastest lap, So Maya, you get to claim the 2003 seat Cupra GT. Well done! Sure! Did you know that the Valhalla extended track is famous for its challenging turn called the Corner of Death? It's not officially called that, but everyone who drives it swears it feels like the edge of a cliff. It's a favorite among racing fans, because it really tests the skill and nerves of the drivers. Though with AI racing, I guess they don't get nervous, just maybe a little confused. Ooh, this is a classic battle of vintage racing machines. The Alfa Romeo Tipo 33 T12 is a legendary car with a lot of racing history behind it. But it's also from 1973, so it might not have the latest technology on its side. On the other hand, the Osella PN9 from 1981 is a bit newer, and might have some updates that give it an edge in terms of handling and speed. Considering the era and the design, I'd say the Alfa Romeo has that raw nostalgic speed. But the Osella might surprise us with better maneuverability. But if I had to make a call based purely on the car's racing pedigree and design, I'd lean toward the Alfa Romeo, making a daring move and taking the win in the end. Let's see if the race can prove me wrong or if I'm just talking through my helmet. Alright, everyone. The race is underway at Vallelonga Extended, and leading the pack is the Group 6 car, a classic 1973 Alfa Romeo Tipo 33 TT12, driven by bot Justanity. Looks like nostalgia's got the turbo boost today. Justanit has taken an early lead. J-Boogie is right behind in second, and Zombush 86 is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya is now in 7th place after a smooth move up. Yabiru Awanda is right behind, both fighting hard for that spot. Your Instinct and Amy are also nose to tail for 10th. Looks like a close race all around. Kalberkal is making a bold move, climbing from way back to take the lead. Justanetv is not giving up easily. They're locked in a close fight for first. Amy and T-Bomb are neck and neck for 10th place. Looks like a tight squeeze there. Amy is climbing fast, now in 7th place after overtaking 4 cars. Justanetv and Koberkal are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Jamagishat is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 5th. Justanetv is now in 1st place. J-Boogie has moved up to 2nd. Zombush 86 is in 3rd. Looks like they're climbing steadily. Gravy Graves and Marja Koblek are nose-to-nose for the 17th place. Kobrka is chipping away at Potsor's lead, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Ebony Shadow and Steve Jumper are nose-to-tail for 5th place. Maldoxy FTF is climbing up one spot to 18. Maldoxy FTF and Marja Koblek are locked in a close fight for 17th. Maldoxy FTF just overtook Marja Koblek and is now in the 17th place. They're nose-to-nose in that battle for the 17th spot. Jiborgi just took the lead. Now he's in first place. Just Tanet and Jiborgi are nose-to-nose for the top spot. Amy is closing in on Kobrikal, shrinking the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Just Tanet is now in first place. Your Instinct is closing in on T-Bomb, cutting the gap by a second. Archerona 192 has moved up to 14. Storyforge is now in 14th place. Amy is gaining on Kobrikal, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Wendy's Tapsumbong 6 is driving a 1967 Nissan R3802. Their race seems to be stuck in neutral with no lap times recorded. Steve Jumper is gaining on Jabjachat, closing the gap to just over a second. Amy is catching up to Potsource, closing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Potsource and Nalini Tapsumbongyus are locked in a tight fight for the 20th spot. Amy is closing in quickly, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Merchikin Lad just overtook someone to take the 15th place. Maldux FTF is right behind in 16th. Amy is gaining on Potsource, closing the gap by a second and a half. Archerone 92 just made a massive move, overtaking 16 cars to take the lead. Just Tanet and Archerone 192 are now nose-to-nose, fighting hard for the top spot. Wow! Just Tanet really took the checkered flag at Vallelunga Extended. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congrats on the win! Wow! Just Hanekta really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on the win. You definitely earned that victory. Looks like luck was on your side today. Here's a fun fact about the 2018 Jetta G40 GT5. It's actually a race car built mainly for track days and amateur racing. But it's so agile and fun that it often feels like a toy car on a big track. It's basically a tiny beast wrapped in a sleek package. Alright, so we're betting on two drivers with no background info driving the same car at Ruapuna Park. This really could go either way. Since we don't have any stats or history, I guess it's just a coin flip, or maybe who feels luckier today. I'd say let's watch and see who surprises us. Sometimes the underdog with no expectations is the one to watch out for. Ready? Let's find out who takes the win. Alright everyone. The race is on at Ruapuna Park, and leading the pack from pole position is Botwing Bretsky in a shiny 2018 Jetta G40 GT5. Let's see if that early lead sticks. Wayne Bretsky has shot off the line to take the lead. Chubby boy RJ is holding strong in second place, and Nexer Mavel is right behind in third. Looks like a pretty tight start. Mutuba just overtook someone to climb to fifth place. Mai and Naya are still neck and neck for fourth. Amy and Madisbury are battling hard for ninth. Billy and Mutube are nose to tail for fifth place. Your Instinct just nudged up one spot to seventh. Kishk and Your Instinct are now locked in a close fight for seventh. Billy is dropping like a stone now in 13th place. Your Instinct is climbing steadily to 6th place. Kishk is also making moves up to 7th. Titus 61 is climbing to 9th place. Frogsworth is making a move to 13th. Akinome is inching into 14th. The race is heating up. Amy is in 10th place, still hanging around the middle of the pack. Her car is the same Jetta G40 GT5 as everyone else, so no special tricks there. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress. Madisbury is in 9th place, driving a 2018 Jetta G40 GT5. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Youngjan Stortu 102 is in the 12th place, driving a Jetta G40 GT5. Looks like they're making a steady climb but still have some ground to cover. Mutube is now in 4th place, closing in on Maya Daitoe. The battle for 4th is heating up. Yungdan Stort Wu 102 is climbing to 10th, making some progress. Mutube is really having a rough time dropping back to 15. Maya is climbing up to 4th place. Your Instinct is also making moves up to 5th. Mutube is closing in on Billups like a heat-seeking missile, just 5.2 seconds behind. Frogsworth has climbed 1 spot to 12th place. Akanona and Frogsworth are nose-to-nose for 12th place. Looks like a battle of the titans. Rondon 69 just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th place. Amy and Rondon 69 are nose-to-nose for 10th position. Akanona and Frogsworth are fighting hard for 12th. Yungon Stort Wu 102 and Taita 61 are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Akanone is sneaking up 1 spot to 12. Frogsworth and Akanone are also locked in a close fight for 12. Your Instinct is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Yungan Stort Wu 102 has also moved up 1 spot into 8. Taita 61 is in the 11th place, driving a 2018 Ginetta G40 GT5. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the latest, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Wayne Bretsky just took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. Looks like someone knows how to steer to victory. Wow, Wayne Bretsky really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations! You must have quite the skill behind the wheel, even if it's just AI racing. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Oh. The 1987 Honda Civic Si is pretty much the OG of the sporty compact cars. It was one of the first Civics to get the C badge, making it a real favorite among car enthusiasts for its lightweight and nimble handling. Plus, it had a 1.6-liter engine that was pretty peppy for its time, turning it into a favorite for those who love to tinker and modify. Basically, it's like the little engine that could, but with a lot more style than most cars of its era. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite car before the countdown ends. Hurry up and make your choice or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picks for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Hey everlasting Apex! Welcome back to the channel. Glad to see you're here again. Hope you're ready for some crazy AI racing action. Stick around, it's going to be a wild ride. Oh, this is a classic showdown. On one hand, you have X-Ragnaroks with that vintage Alfa Romeo Spider QV. It's probably got some character but might lack a bit of the modern finesse we see in racing. On the other hand, you've got me with a 1983 Porsche 911C. It's a legendary car known for its reliability and handling, even if it's a bit older. Honestly, I'd give the edge to the Porsche here. It's got more racing pedigree and is likely to handle those curvy ascent corners a bit better. But then again, who knows? Maybe X-Ragnaroks will surprise us with some old-school charm. So, I'm betting on my Porsche to take the win, but I wouldn't count out the Alpha just yet. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Circuit S in Autosport, and leading the pack is Bots Gozerobs in the classic 1985 Mazda RX-7 Turbo Duo. Slow and steady, or just slow. We'll see how this blast from the past handles the speed rush. Gozerobs has taken the lead right out of the gate. Epic Sugar is holding strong in second place. Cheron Cirrhosis is currently in third, trying to keep up. Your Instinct just blitzed 5 cars to land in 16th. Connor Malady nudged into 4th. Connor Malady and Cheryl Mizurosis are nose to tail for 3rd. Connor Malady is now in 3rd place. Zero Team Live has climbed to 6th. Rundum 69 is in 7th. The race is heating up. Zero Team Live is closing in on August Wolfie, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. They're battling hard for 5th place. Tokidoki Bri just gained 1 spot, now sitting in 10th. Zero Team Alive is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Your Instinct is also up 1 spot, now in 12th. Amy and Your Instinct are nose to nose for 12th. Rundum 69 and Ox Wolfie are nose to nose for 6th place. Let's Go just sneaked past to take 8th. And Maya is climbing up to 18th, slowly but surely. Rundum 69 just gained a spot to sit in 6th place. X-Ragnaroks also moved up 1 position, now in 15th. Children's Coast and X-Ragnaroks are nose to nose for 15th place. Oaksville is gaining on Rundum 69, closing the gap to just 1 second. They are nose to tail for 6th place. Navling and NX Egarex are also fighting hard for 19th. Zero Team Leave is now in 4th place. Der Let's Go has climbed to 7. Navling is making progress now in 19th. Cheryl Mitsirosis has just overtaken someone to climb into 4th place. Crystal 33D is gaining ground and is now in 10th place. Takido Kibri and Crystal 33 are nose to nose fighting for 10th spot. Tugonet TTV is climbing to 16th place. Navling is closing in on him, now just 1 spot behind. Chosen's Coast and Naveling are nose-to-nose for 17. Buchicero is driving a 1985 Toyota Corolla 11. They're currently in 21st place and seem to be struggling to keep up with the pack. Looks like a long road ahead if they want to catch up. Zero Timolev and Cheryl Midzirosis are nose-to-tail for 4th place. Crystal 33 is climbing up to 9th. It's Sarah and Crystal 33 are fighting hard for 9th spot. Zero Timolev and Cheryl Midzirosis are nose-to-tail for 4th place. Crystal 33 is climbing up to 8. Your Instinct is inching into the top 12. Zero Timolev and Cheryl Midzirosis are neck and neck for 4th place. Let's Go is chipping away at Rondom 69's lead, now just over a second behind. Oakswolfie and Crystal 33 are locked in a fierce fight for 8. Zero Timolev is now in 4th place. Its Saror has climbed to 9. Maya is up to 18th. The race is heating up with some steady moves. Rundum 69 just gained a spot to sit in 5th place. Your Instinct is climbing 2 spots and now sits in 9th. Dongnitson 3 and Amy are nose-to-nose for 13th place. Looks like a battle is brewing. Dongason 3 and Amy are nose-to-tail for 13th place. Buchicero and Chosen's Coast are also locked in a fierce scrap for 19. Dongnetson 3 and Amy are nose-to-tail for 13. Buchicero Youth gained a spot to take 19. Chosen's Coast and Buchicero are also fighting for that same spot, making it a crowded little battle. Rundum 69 just overtook someone to take the 4th place. Zero Timolev and Rundum 69 are nose-to-nose for that spot. Amy and Tokidokibri are locked in a close fight for 12. Zero Timolev just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Zero Timolev and Conamality are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Amy has climbed 1 spot to 12. Ixragnaroks just overtook someone to move into 14th place. Ixragnaroks and Tokidokibri are nose-to-nose for 13. Gavling is climbing into 17. Wow, Skozerubs, you really took the checkered flag. Nice job leaving everyone in the dust at Circuit as an Autosport. Clearly you're the one to beat. Wow! Congrats to Skozerubs for winning the race. That was some serious driving. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. And hey, congratulations to Maya for winning the bet race. Looks like I get to claim that classic 1983 Porsche 911 SC. I might just have to add it to my virtual garage and pretend I'm racing through the streets of Berlin. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. This was a fun one. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The clock is ticking faster than these cars on a straightaway. Make your choice before it's too late, or you might end up with a lemon instead of the race car of your dreams. Alright, here's a fun one about Du Grand Sambuc. Did you know this track is famous for its twisty layout that makes even the fastest cars look like they're on a roller coaster? It's like the circuit was designed by a mischievous racetrack architect who wanted to keep drivers guessing at every turn. Definitely a place where skill and a bit of luck can really mix things up. Oh, this is quite the classic versus modern showdown. Maya's Porsche 911 Carrera ASR is a legendary car known for its sharp handling and iconic design. On the other hand, Amy's Nissan Skyline GTR R32 is a powerhouse with its famous RB26 engine and all-wheel drive system, making it a true Godzilla of the streets. If we're talking about racing on a track like Du Grand Sambuc, the Porsche's agility and rear-engine balance could give it an edge in sharp turns. But the Skyline's raw power and traction might make up for that in straight-line speed. Honestly, I'd say it's a close call, but I'd give a slight edge to Amy's Nissan for that instant torque and all-weather grip. Still, don't count Maya out. This race could surprise us all. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Du Grand Sambuc, and at the front we have Bot Annex Zagarax leading in a classic 1986 BMW M3D. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold its ground. GamerBoss72 has shot off the line into the lead. Annex Zagarax is right behind, trying to keep up. Budatsaror is holding on to third but already feeling the heat from the pack. Thirty-four and Maya are nose to tail for fourth place. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross is climbing up to 8. Lindlilak is inching into the top 10. The FOTS 84 just overtook someone to move into fourth place. Budatsaror and Thifots 84 are nose to tail for third. Everlasting Apex and Amy are swapping positions in a close fight for sixth. The FOTS 84 is climbing fast into second place. Amy is also making moves up to fourth. Radizero Activa Vixen is sneaking into ninth. Annex Zagarax is climbing to second place. That's Alti Serena is now in 11. Waffling Gottes has moved into 12th. Maya is holding a solid 6th place, not bad for starting 4th. She might be eyeing the top 5 soon. Amy is in 4th, so she's got a good shot at the podium if she keeps it clean. Looks like a close battle brewing. The Fitz 84 is driving a 1991 Toyota Celica, which is known for its balanced handling. They're currently in third place, holding steady but not gaining much on the leaders. Looks like a solid race so far. Maya is holding a solid 6th place, trying to catch up to Amy, who's just behind in 4th. Looks like Amy might have the edge if she keeps her pace. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 6th place. Maya and Everlasting Apex are nose-to-nose for that spot. Radiciro Vixen is sneaking into 8th place. Radioactive Vixen is gaining on me, closing the gap by 140 seconds. That's Altizarena and Lin Lilac are locked in a fierce fight for the 10th place. Radioactive Vixen is closing in on Maya fast. Wafflingotters is climbing up to 10th place. Wafflingotters and Iron Crosso Wooden Cross are battling hard for 9th. GamerBus 72 is leading in a classic Porsche 968 Turbo Rs from 1993. Looks like they're setting the pace with the fastest lap so far. Race seems pretty smooth for them so far. Low Sprout is driving a 1988 BMW 635C SI. Their race seems to be a bit off pace, currently in 14th place, and a few seconds behind the group and leaders. GamerBoss 72 is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. GamerBoss 72 is holding a solid lead and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. GamerBoss 72 is holding the lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Wow! GamerBoss 72, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race. Wow! Congratulations to GamerBoss 72. That was an impressive victory. They really showed everyone how it's done. And a big shout out to Amy for winning the bet race. They get to claim that classic 1990 Nissan Skyline GTR 32R. Nice choice! Looks like someone's about to add a legendary car to their collection. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1988 Porsche 944 Turbos has a good shot. It's got that turbocharged power and balanced handling that can handle the twists and turns of the Roval circuit. The Nissan Pulsar GT-IR and the Toyota Celica GT4 are also contenders because of their rally-inspired designs and all-wheel drive systems, making them nimble on the tricky sections. The Alfa Romeo 155 Q4 could surprise us too with its all-wheel drive prowess. But in the end, that Porsche's combination of raw power and balanced chassis probably puts it ahead in this kind of race. Alright folks, time's nearly up, so if you haven't picked your car yet, better make it quick or it's gonna be the AI's choice for you. Don't want to end up with a lemon when everyone else is cruising in something cool? Now do we? Oh wow, we've got a classic showdown here. The 1988 Audi V5 8 versus the 1988 BMW M5 E34. Both iconic in their own right. Now, in a race at New Hampshire Motor Speedway Roval, the car's characteristics are going to really come into play. The Audi V8 is known for its smooth power delivery and stability, especially with that V8 engine under the hood. The BMW M5 E34, on the other hand, is a bit more sporty and agile, famous for its handling and balance. Considering the track's mix of turns and straightaways, I'd say the BMW M5 might have a slight edge on agility, but the Audi's brute power and stability could make up ground on the straights. If I had to pick a favorite, I might lean toward the BMW because of its reputation for sharp handling, but don't count out the Audi just yet. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race at New Hampshire Motor Speedway Roval is underway. Leading the pack is Botja Master the Gamer 9000 in a classic 1994 Toyota Celica GT4. Looks like this vintage beauty is trying to prove that sometimes, slow and steady still gets you to the front. Gamasta Tagama 9000 has taken an early lead, followed closely by Big Boy Bets in second place. Icar 77 is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Dr. Monkey 13 is now in third place. Jackson Dabox has climbed to 6th. Limmer Pinkwolf is in 8th. The race is heating up. Linha 17 is on a roll, climbing up to 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Cheesendashauer is closing in on Icar 77. Chipping away at the gap by over a second. Amar Pinkwolf and Bjorn Art are locked in a fierce scrap for 7th place. Cheesendashauer is now in 4th place. Mayor Pinkwolf has climbed to 7th. TT61 is in 11th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Yamapriest just overtook someone to take 8th place. Amy is closing in on Lynn Lilac for 10. Looks like a tight squeeze there. Yamapriest just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Lynn Lilac and Amy are nose to tail for 10th. Orange Funk and Tacnesty are swapping positions in the 14th spot. Jacinda Box and Icar 77 are nose to tail for 5th place. Lin Lilac is climbing up to 10th. Orange Funk is inching into 15th. Lin Lilac is climbing to 9th place. Shoot 'em Up is making a move to 14th. Princess Wildface is inching into 16th. Tranquility is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to climb to 26th place. Big Boy Betts is holding strong at the front, now in 1st. Yama Priest is also climbing, moving up 1 spot to 6th. Vinha 17 is driving a 1994 Acura SX and is currently in 21st place. The race seems to be a struggle for them, with no recorded fastest lap, indicating they might be having trouble keeping up. Yama Priest is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Lin Lilac has moved into 8th place, also up 1 spot. Amy is now in 10th place, making her way up the grid. Yama Priest is closing in on Cheese and Dash Shower with a 1.7 second gap. T61 has climbed 2 spots to 11th place. Vinha 17 has also moved up 2 spots to 15th place. Yama Priest is really closing the distance on Cheese and Dash Shower. Amy is making a move on Inner Pink Wolf. DKK Batesy Yards just climbed 1 spot to 12th place. Maya is climbing up the grid, now in 21st place. Raineki is also making progress, now in 24th. The race is heating up. Cheese and Dash Hour and Dr. Monkey 13 are nose to tail for 3rd place. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Mira Pink Wolf and Amy are fighting hard for 9th. Cheese in the Shower just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Nar Pink Wolf is also climbing up to 9th. Amy and a Pink Wolf are nose to nose for 9th place. Yama Priest has advanced to 4th place. Jackson Daybox has moved up to 6th place. Ikara 77 and Jackson Box are nose to nose for the 6th spot. Yama Priest is climbing up to 3rd place. Everlasting Apex is making a move to 29th. Tidy 61 is driving an Alfa Romeo SZ from 1989, known for its sharp styling and lightweight design. They're currently in the 12th place, staying steady but not making much noise. Iker 77 is closing in on Jacinda Box, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. They are battling for 6th place. Shoot 'em Up has gained 2 positions and is now in 12th. Lin Lilac just overtook someone to grab the 7th place. Amy and Near Pink Wolf are nose to nose for 9th. DCKP Batesy Argerts is climbing up to 12th. Wow! Big boy bets really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Nice win! Wow! Big boy bets really pulled off an impressive win there. Congratulations! That was a fantastic race and you totally deserved that victory. Can't wait to see what you do next. Sure! A fun fact about the 1966 Formula 2 racing cars is that they were often powered by smaller engines compared to Formula 1 cars, making them like the sprinters of the racing world. They were designed to be lighter and more nimble, which meant that drivers had to really finesse their skills, since they couldn't just rely on raw power. It's like the difference between a sleek sports car and a massive muscle car. Both speed, but with totally different personalities. Alright, we've got a classic French beauty versus an Italian stallion on a Norwegian racetrack. The Matra MS7 is known for its lightweight agility and sleek design, perfect for those tight corners. On the other hand, the Techno PS68 might have a bit more power, but it might struggle with the sharp turns at Nonstop. If I had to make a call based on the cars and their historical strengths, I'd lean slightly towards Idealive in the Matra. It just seems better suited for a track like this that demands quick reflexes and nimbleness. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race is on at Nonstop, and leading the pack is bot Chubba Panda in a classic 1966 Matra N7. Pretty fancy start. Let's see if they can keep that pole position. Starting lineup sees Chubby Panda leading, with me right behind in second place. Ines Gordon is in third, ready to chase down the front. Let's see if I can hold the position or if the AI has other plans. Globos Excel and Ines Gordon are nose to tail for third place. ACAR. and Rukimiriki are also locked in a close fight for 5th. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Christopher just moved up 1 spot to 11. Stemket and Merchikan live or nose to tail for 15. Stemket just overtook Merchikan live and now sits in 15th place. They are nose to nose, battling for that spot. Wolf of Aiko is in 16th place, driving a Matra MS7. Looks like they're stuck behind a few Techno PA68s and struggling to move up. The track seems to be favoring the Matra M7 cars a bit more since most top positions are held by them. But the Techno PA68s are hanging in there. The Formula 2 1966 cars are closely matched, so the track at Nonstop is keeping the field tight. No clear advantage yet, but expect some overtakes as drivers find their rhythm. Idialev is in 7th place driving a Matra MS7. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Buckyboard is driving a Matra M7 and currently sits in 15th place. Looks like the race isn't exactly a walk in the park for them. Klubas Edsel is climbing to 3rd place. Ruki Miriki is also moving up to 4th. Looks like they're both on the push. Idialev is holding 7th but struggling with a slow lap time. Raudivzerov is right behind in 8th, so it's a tight battle. Idialev might want to pick up the pace if they want to stay ahead. Yamchabi Panda is leading in a 1966 Matra M7 Titan. Their fastest lap is a 1:5:36.1. Looks like they're holding a solid lead and setting the pace. Chris Gopher driving a Techno P68 and is currently in 12th place. Looks like they're hanging in there but not quite making the moves. Amy is currently in 8th place with a Techno PA68. Her fastest lap is 1:6.69, which is pretty competitive but not quite enough to catch the leaders. Looks like she's holding her own but needs a bit more pace to move up. Chris Gopher's in 12th place, driving a Techno PA68. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Global Sail is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still 4 places behind the leader. He's got the pace, but needs to find a way past the cars ahead. The Formula 2 1966 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the Techno PA68 seems to have a slight edge with faster lap times. The track at Nonstop is tight and technical, favoring skill over raw power, which keeps the race close. Buckybird is driving a Matra MS7 and is currently in the 15th place. Their lap time is decent, but not quite enough to challenge the leaders. Looks like a steady race so far. Wow, Yamchabi Panda, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champ. Wow! Big congratulations to Yamcha Panda on winning the race. That was some impressive driving, they really knocked it out of the park. And listen up, Amy. You did the most overtakes today, so you get to claim the classic 1966 Techno PA68 from Formula 2. Well done on your aggressive moves out there. Keep it up, everyone. Absolutely. The 1976 Tyrrell 007 was the car that made Jackie Stewart a three-time world champion. This car was known for its sleek design and innovative aerodynamics for the time, which gave it quite the edge on the track. It's like the car version of a well-tailored suit, both stylish and efficient. So, in the world of racing, this car wasn't just fast, it was a game changer. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on your chance to see which AI driver will take the crown. Get those final selections in before the countdown hits 0. Hey Amin-san. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI racing action. Get comfy and enjoy the show. Well, this is quite the matchup. Kerouvanen is in a modern F1 car, the Haas VF16, which is built for speed, agility, and precision. On the other hand, Kikaslady X3 is cruising in a classic 1967 Chevrolet Impala SS, known for its style and muscle, but not necessarily its handling around a racetrack. Given the setup, I'd say Kerouvanen has the edge in terms of outright speed and cornering ability. The F1 car is designed for racing on oval tracks like New Hampshire Motor Speedway. The Impala, while iconic and probably a blast to watch, might struggle to keep up on a modern oval. So, I'd put my chips on Kerouvanen to take the win. But hey, anything can happen when the AI throws down. Alright folks, the race kicks off at New Hampshire Motor Speedway Oval. And look at that, thought Frank Werdy is starting on pole. And get this, it's a 1993 Porsche 964 Turbo. Because nothing says speed like a vintage sports car in an AI race. Buckle up. Kerouvanen is leading the race right now, holding the first place. Uncle Tobin is right behind in second, and the critical egg is in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Cliffstone is on a tier, climbing from the back to first place in no time. Frank Werdy is making a strong push, now in second after overtaking 10 cars. Tugon at DTV is also on the rise, grabbing third after passing 12 competitors. Keruvanen is climbing fast, now in 11th place. Amin-san is also making moves, now in 24. Yesteron 33,796 is gaining ground, now in 26. Keruvanen is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Unclearly Gaming is making a move, now in 12th. Amin-san is charging through the field, now in 16. Keruvanen is charging through the field, now in 3rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Taknasty has gained 1 spot, now in 8. Unclearly Gaming also moved up 1 spot to 11. Unclearly Gaming and Rome Spider are locked in a close fight for 10th place. Unclearly Gaming is on the move, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amin-san is also making progress, moving to 12th after 3 overtakes. Team Tinatea is gaining ground too, now in 16th after overtaking 4 cars. Amin-san is on a roll, climbing 6 places to 6th. Yesterum 33,796 is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 15. Nox Exodus is also on the rise, passing 3 to land in 16. Dank Nuggins is now in 4th place. Amin-san is gaining on Lil Sprout, closing the gap by 3.6 seconds. Team Tinatea has moved up to 13th place. Team Tinatea is making a move, climbing 4 spots to 9. Dank Nuggins is closing in on Cliff Zone, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. The two are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Dank Nuggins is now in 3rd place, moving up 1 spot. Amin-san is also climbing up 1 spot, now in 4. They're nose-to-nose battling for 3rd position. Yester 133,706 is on a roll, climbing to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amin-san just moved up 1 spot into 3rd. Unclearly Gaming is chipping away at Cliff Zone's lead, closing in by nearly 4 seconds. Amin-san is closing in on Tug on at TTV Fast, reducing the gap by 5.7 seconds. Nox Exodus has moved up 1 spot to 9. And Gesterone 133,796 is also up 1 to 10. Looks like Nox Exodus and Gesterone 133,796 are about to have a little showdown for 9th place. Team Tinatea is gaining fast on Lil Sprout, closing the gap by 7 seconds. Singoshi's on the move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 12th place. Tugon at DTV is narrowing the distance to Keruvanen by 1.5 seconds. Wow, Keruvanen just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was saving their best for last. Congrats on the win. Wow, Keruvanen really took the checkered flag in style. Congratulations on winning the race, you've earned it. And congratulations to Amundsen. You've got some impressive stats there. If you're feeling lucky, you can claim the 2016 Haas 5th AF16 for having the fastest lap. And since you also did the most overtakes, you get to claim that same sleek F1 car. Seems like you're the driver to beat, even if it's just in the virtual world. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite car before the race kicks off. Make your choices now, or forever, hold your peace. Don't want to miss out on the action. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. Steve Jumper in that sleek 1987 Chevrolet Corvette IMSA GT. Though definitely has the nostalgia and the raw power on his side. That car is a beast on the track, especially for its era. On the other hand, DJ Magakat with the 1994 Ford Mustang Cobra CCA has that aggressive American muscle look, promising some serious acceleration. But considering the track is Jerez Retro, which favors agility and handling over pure brute strength, I might lean slightly towards Steve Jumper. The Corvette's balance could give him an edge in those tight corners. Still, anything can happen in these AI races. Who you think will come out on top? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Jerez Retro, and look at this. DTVM Insan is on pole driving a classic 1989 Ferrari F40 competition time. That beast looks ready to tear through the pack. Let's see if it can hold that lead. Aminsan has taken an early lead, with Maya right behind in second place. Schmerzenlieb is holding on to third, but I wouldn't count out any surprises just yet. Schmerzenlieb is closing in on Maya for second place. Amy, and Everlasting Apex, are still neck and neck for fifth. Vargala Svet just gained a spot and is now in eighth. Schmerzenlieb is now in second place. Amy has advanced to fifth. Queen Monda is climbing to eighth. Vargala Set is driving a Renault 19 from 1993. They're currently in 8th place, just ahead of the Volvo 850 Estate. Looks like a solid mid-pack battle for now. Vargala Svet is driving a Renault 19 from 1993. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding their ground pretty well among the BTC cars. Queen Manda is driving a 1997 Volvo S40 in the BTC class. She's currently in 9th place, so she's holding her own but not exactly leading the pack. Everlasting Apex is driving a 1987 Chevrolet Corvette IMSA G2. They are currently in 4th place, just behind Maya and Schmerzley. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Queen Manda is driving a 1997 Volvo S40 in the BTC class. She's currently in 9th place, so she's holding her own but still has room to move up. Jmagishat just overtook Everlasting Apex for 6th place. They are now nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish coming up. James Mayo is driving a 1991 Ford Sierra Sapphire. They're currently in 15th place, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Sukstakat's car is a 1995 Volvo 850, a station wagon with a surprising amount of speed for its class. They're currently in 12th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Prodigy Place 58 is driving a Vauxhall Cavalier from 1991. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making much noise so far. Steve Jumper is holding a slight lead over Jmagishat, but with only 1 lap to go, it's anyone's game. Jmagishat might be waiting for a mistake. Queen Manda is driving a 1997 Volvo S40 in the BTC class II. She's currently in 9th place, but her lap time is showing as invalid, so her race might be more about survival than speed. Amundsen is leading in a Ferrari F40 competition from 1989. The car is known for its raw power and iconic design. Looks like Amundsen is comfortably in front, setting the fastest lap and maintaining a strong pace. Well-placed LV is cruising in a Volvo 850 estate. Their race looks steady with a consistent pace, staying close to the top of the BTC pack. The GTO cars are clearly faster, especially Amundsen leading with a significant gap. The track favors high-speed performance, which benefits the GTO class. The BTC cars are struggling to keep up, likely due to less power and grip on this circuit. Wow, Amundsen just won the race. Looks like all those practice laps finally paid off. Guess the competition better watch out next time. Wow. Amin-san took the checkered flag. Congrats on winning the race. And with the fastest lap too, you really showed off your skills. Excellent job. Now, the drivers who can claim their shiny new cars are as follows. Amin-san, you're up for the legendary Ferrari F40 competition from 1989. Steve Jumper, you're the winner of the bet race, earning the classic Chevrolet Corvette IMSA G2 from 1987. And, Amy, your daring overtakes earned you the Ford Rs. 200 IMSA GTO from 1989. Great effort by everyone. Can't wait to see who claims what next. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your picks before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI chooses for you. Hurry up, or you might end up with the most unexpected car on the track. Alright, this is an interesting matchup. Both cars are pretty capable but in very different ways. The Porsche 9119999 6G 3RE is known for its balanced handling and reliability, especially on a technical track like Mid-Ohio. Its rear engine layout gives it a unique feel that can be advantageous in tight corners. On the other hand, the Lamborghini Gallardo GT3 is all about raw power and aggressive handling. It's likely to be faster in a straight line but might struggle a bit on the more technical sections. Considering all that, I'd say the Porsche might have a slight edge in consistency and cornering precision, which could make the difference here. But don't count out the Lamborghini's brute force. It could make some daring moves. So, I'm leaning toward Bunnysoft Doom and the Porsche taking the win. But Renault T4's Gallardo is definitely not going down without a fight. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Mid-Ohio No Chicane, and look at this. Bochero Nidosis is starting on pole in a 2013 Panache Abruzzi G222. Clearly they've got the early lead, but let's see if they can hold on to it. Tero Menserosis has shot to the front, leading the pack. Cubber is right behind in second place trying to keep up. Amy is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Amy just overtook someone to take second place. Bunnysoft Doom is climbing up to fourth. Captain Canadian and Renault T4 are nose-to-nose for sixth. Looks like a close fight. Cobber is now in second place. Bunnysoft Doom has moved into third. Renault T4 has climbed 2 spots into fourth. Captain Canadian and Amy are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Pat Swords is climbing to 8th. I'm inching up to 10th. The race is heating up. Maya just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Himitsuzo gaining a spot, now in 17th. Gmaxiite and Emerald Tig 398 are nose-to-nose for 19th. Bunnysoft Doom is climbing to 2nd place. Renault Key 4 is also advancing to 3rd. Captain Canadian is sneaking into 4th. Looks like they're all on the move. Patswords just overtook someone to climb to 7th place. Official Classy Life and Patswords are nose-to-nose for 7th. The Goldner Denier locked in a close duel for 9th. Steve Jumper is making a move up to 9th place. Maya and Steve Jumper are nose-to-nose for that spot. Lockjan 7 is slicing into Big Oldner's lid, closing the gap by a second. Steve Jumper just overtook one car to move into 8th place. Maya is also climbing up, now in 9th, battling closely with official Classy Life. This race is heating up at the back. Maya is trying to squeeze into that tight battle for 9th place. Emerald Tig 398 is closing in on Himise, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Tales of Strilly and Oxwell are nose-to-tail for 21st. Oxwell just made a move to overtake Tales of Strilly. Patswords is really closing in on cover now, just 2:30 seconds behind. Schoolbus Rostevi and Tales of Strilly are neck and neck for 22nd place. It's there a pair just overtook someone to take the 12th place. Schoolbus Rostevi is also climbing up, now in 22nd. Jimakshite is driving a 2016 Subaru Impreza WRX STI. Looks like the race isn't going his way today. He's quite a bit behind the leaders and his lap times are significantly slower. Rusnapalm 6 is driving a 2018 Ford Mustang GT4. They're currently in 15th place and seem to be holding a steady pace, just a few seconds behind the leaders in the GT4 class. Official Classy Live is driving a Gillette Vertigo and is currently in 9th place. Their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Cubber is really having a rough time dropping to 17. Patswords is climbing steadily to 6th. Steve Jumper is also making moves up to 7th. Cubber is really having a rough time dropping to 23rd. Official Classy Live just sneaked into 8th place. Himise is climbing slowly to 15th. It's there a pair is now in 10th place. Lockjan 7 has moved into 11th. Rusnapalm 6 is in 12th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Akanona is climbing up to 15th place. Emerald Tig 398 is now in 16th. Dimaxiite has also moved up to 17. Looks like the top is getting crowded. Wow! Cheryl Lindsay Roses just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was really feeling the need for speed. Congrats on the win. Wow. Cheryl Mitsurosis took the win. Congratulations! That was a pretty impressive race from you. Looks like all that practice in the digital garage paid off. Keep it up, and maybe next time you'll be even faster. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so get those choices in before your chance drives away. Don't miss out on the fun. Oh! This is a classic battle of the iconic rear-wheel drive wonder against a turbocharged rally legend. The Audi Sport Quattro is known for its sharp handling and all-wheel drive grip, especially in the corners. On the other hand, the Ford RS200, with its mid-engine layout and rally pedigree, has a lot of raw power and agility. Honestly, Audi might have a slight edge on the tighter corners thanks to its Quattro system. But the RS200's turbocharged power could give it the advantage on the straights if it gets the boost right. I'd say it's a close call, but I'm leaning towards the Audi just because of its proven track record in driving, handling, and grip around tricky circuits like Croft Retro. But don't count out the Ford. It's the wild card that can surprise us all with a sudden burst of speed. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Croft Retro, and leading the pack is bot architect in the classic 1985 Lamborghini Countach P5000 QV. Buckle up, it's gonna be a nostalgia-filled ride. Architect has taken the lead right out of the gate. Mighty Chunk is holding strong in second place. Papa Cassie is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Maya is holding steady in seventh place. Ovidus is now sixth, closing the gap. Amy has advanced to fourth, looking pretty confident. Alucost is climbing to eighth, making some moves. Nox Exodus and Captain Trippy are locked in a tight battle for 12th place. In there, Savage is sneaking up 1 spot to 14. Caravan is climbing 2 spots to 15. Magichat is climbing fast, now in 24th place after overtaking 3 cars. Papa KC is gaining on Mighty Chunk, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Papa KC and Mighty Chunk are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Maya is holding steady in 2nd place. Ovidos is making a nice move up to 4th. Holocaust is climbing to 7th, inching closer to the top. Ayo. Deheeper 7 is really having a rough time, dropping 9 spots to 29. Captain Trippy is climbing up 1 spot to 12. Dreletsko and Captain Trippy are nose to nose for the 12th position. Ovidos and Amy are neck and neck for 3rd place. H2 Hove just gained 1 spot to 8. Nox Exodus also moved up 1 to 10. Nox Exodus and X Basics Witchix are locked in a close fight for 9. Ovidos just moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Ovidos and Mighty Chunk are nose to nose for 2nd. H2 Hove is closing in on Arlo Coast, cutting the gap by almost 3 seconds. H2 Hove and Arlo Coast are locked in a tight fight for 7. Maya is holding steady in 3rd place. Arlo Coast just overtook Anaxagorax and is now battling for 6th with him. Amy is closing in on the leader, making it a 3-way fight at the front. It's Bumblebee just overtook someone to move into 14th place. It's Bumblebee and Draletsko are nose to nose for 14 and 15. Yesnin 196 and its Bumblebee are also close, fighting for the same spot. Its Bumblebee is making a statement by overtaking 14 cars and claiming the lead. Arayu's Serial is climbing steadily, now in the top 20 after overtaking 3. Architect and its Bumblebee are nose to nose for the top spot, promising a tense showdown. Architect just snatched the lead from Amy. Ovidos is closing in on the top 3. Looks like a tight battle for the podium. Nox Exodus is climbing to 6th place. X Basics Witch is now in 12th. And Maya is sneaking into 13th. Yesnin 196 at 13th place. Arroyo Serial is closing in on Caravinan, now just over a second apart. The fight for 17th place is heating up between Arroyo Serial and Caravinan. Arroyo Serial just bumped up to 17th place. Caravan and Arroyo Serial are nose to nose for that same spot. Lokayu is chipping away at Caravinan, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Arlo Coast is dropping like a stone to 11th place. Nox Exodus is climbing to 5th. Anaxagorax is sneaking into 6th. Guy6 is closing in on Yesnin 196 fast, just 9.8 seconds behind now. Papakasi has climbed one spot to 6th place. Yasmin 196 has gained 2 positions and is now in 11th. Ariu Serial is now in 15th place. Lokayu and Karuvenin are neck and neck for 17th. NNR Savage has gained 1 spot and is now in 28th. Nox Exodus is closing in on Mighty Chunk, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Captain Trippy has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Yornat has also gained 1 spot, now in 9th. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like all those hours of practice really paid off. Now you can finally enjoy the sweet taste of victory. Don't forget to rub it in a little. Wow, Architect really took the race at full throttle. Huge congratulations to you. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Amy, you smashed the fastest lap record. You can now claim the 1985 Lamborghini Countach. Late 5000 Q. That car is a true classic, and I can't think of anyone more deserving of such a legendary ride. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get those selections in. The countdown is almost over, so don't miss your chance to choose your champion for this race. Get those choices in before it's too late. Alright, with both drivers being pretty much an open book, I'd say this is anyone's game. No details means we're basically betting on luck, or maybe a secret talent we don't know about yet. I'd lean towards the driver who's least likely to panic under the pressure of the big race. But honestly, it's a toss-up. Get those bets in, folks. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Cadwell Park GP, and leading the pack is the bot Violet Amama in a classic 1935 Alfa Romeo P3. Looks like vintage vibes are taking the early lead. Violetta Mama has shot off into the lead, holding the first place. Silver Gaming is right behind in second, trying to keep up. Oakswolfie is in third, not far behind the action. Oakswolfie and Silverbeak Gaming are nose to tail for second place. Nyadato Tep 98 and Cthulhu Kachu are locked in a fierce duel for fifth. Steve Jumper just gained one spot and is now 8th. Oakswolfie is climbing to second place. Inakabe Linans. Big Boy Bets is making a move to 5th. Connor Mality sneaking into 9th. Connor Mality just moved up one spot and is now in 8th place. Steve Jumper and Connor Mality are nose to tail fighting for 8th. Oakswolfie is now in first place. Silverbeak Gaming climbs to second. Aithunan Ejinlaya Cebu Huaisi is second. And Maya makes a move to third. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Violetta Mama is on fire. Just overtook 5 cars to take the lead. Oakswolfie and Violetta Mama are nose to nose for first place. Connor Mality is climbing up to 6th, inching closer to the top. Oakswolfie and Violetta Mama are nose to tail for the lead. Steve Jumper just gained one spot and is now in 8th. Amy also moved up one spot and is now in 11th. Oakswolfie takes the lead at the front. Silverbeak Gaming follows closely behind in second. I'm climbing up to third place just behind them. Amy is climbing one spot to 9th place. Lil Sprout is also moving up one spot to 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Lil Sprout is racing a 1923 Bugatti Type 32. They're currently in the 11th place, so not quite in the hunt, but still hanging in there. Maya is currently in third place, driving a Mercedes-Benz SK from 1928. The race looks tight with her staying close to the leaders. Amy is driving a 1922 Roland Pallane. A 22? Looks like she's holding steady in 10th, but no sign of overtaking anyone yet. Connor Mality is closing in on Maya fast. Lord Crespi is climbing up to 7th place. Amy is now in 8th, just behind. The tight corners at Cadwell Park are really shaking up the order, favoring those with quick reflexes and good handling. Lil Sprout is racing a 1923 Bugatti Type 32 Atoe. They're currently in 10th place, so not quite in the hunt, but hanging around. Big Boy Bets is gaining on Connor Mality, closing the gap to just a few seconds. Steve Jumper is hot on Lil Sprout's tail, closing in quickly. Lord Crespi is sneaking closer to Cthulhu Kachu, closing the gap by a second. Nyardo de Pepnani just climbed one spot into the top 12. Maya is driving a 1928 Mercedes-Benz SSK, which is known for its speed and agility. She's currently in third place just behind the leaders. Looks like she's holding her own pretty well. The Grand Prix 1920 cars are all about raw power and vintage charm, but Cadwell Park's tight corners and elevation changes favor nimble drivers. That's why the Mercedes-Benz SK is holding a surprise third, while the older Delages are battling for the top. Nyarlathotep 98 is in a 1927 Delage 15 S8. A fast car, but they're currently way off the pace, or maybe just having trouble. Their race looks pretty much over with that time gap. Maya and Silver P Gaming are neck and neck for second place. Lord Secretsby just gained one spot and is now in sixth. Violetta Mama is closing in on Nyarlathotep 98, cutting the gap by 3.5 seconds. Maya is currently in third place with her Mercedes-Benz SSK. She's been quick with the best lap, just under 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Looks like she's holding steady but needs to close the gap to the leaders. Wow! Oaks Wolfie took the win. Looks like someone's got the magic touch. Congrats on the victory. Wow! Oaks Wolfie really pulled ahead and took the victory. Congratulations! That was some impressive driving. Looks like they've got the skills to dominate these AI races. I guess the competition better step up their game next time. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the New Hampshire Motor Speedway road course, I'd say the 2006 Kia Ceed has a decent shot. It's relatively modern and built with some decent handling for a hatchback. But honestly, racing these classics on a modern track makes me think the Ferrari 166 Inter from 1948 might surprise everyone with its elegance and potential. Still, probably not as quick around those corners as a more contemporary ride. So, I'll lean toward the Kia for its balance of agility and updates. Hey everyone! The clock is ticking down, so make your choices quick. Don't miss out on picking the car you think will dominate this race. Get those selections in before time runs out. Oh wow, this is a classic matchup. The Volkswagen Beetle from 1967 is iconic and charming, but definitely not known for its speed or agility. It's more of a relaxing cruise companion, and less of a racing contender. On the other hand, the 1965 Toyota 2000 GT is a true beast, considered one of the first Japanese cars to seriously challenge European sports cars. It's sleek, fast, and likely to have the edge in handling and acceleration. So, if I had to put my money on which car will dominate the race, I am definitely leaning toward the Toyota 2000 GT. The Beetle might have some vintage charm, but in a race, the 2000T's performance will probably outshine it. Solajadonani 1 might give it a good try, but I think Mikkel Brokast's car will cross the finish line ahead. Alright folks, the race is underway at New Hampshire Motor Speedway road course. Leading the pack is the Bot Apex Milkbag in a classic 1980 Honda Prelude. Who knew a vintage ride could still hold the pole? Let's see if it can keep this lead. The race kicks off with Apex Milkbag leading the pack, followed closely by Trehard Triad in second place. Evolution 9 Hit 54 is holding strong in third. Let's see if they can keep those positions or if the AI has other plans. Daisy Shines is making a move, climbing 3 spots to sit in 6th place. Trehard Triad is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to first. Evolution 954 is also gaining ground, advancing 1 spot to second. Chris Gopher is climbing up to 7th place. Chosan's Coast and Rusna Palm 6 are nose-to-nose for 12th. That's Alti Serena is inching into 16th. Waifuana is climbing to 3rd place. Daisy Chains is now in 5th. Your Instinct has moved up to 8th. Looks like some steady progress. Your Instinct is closing in on Christgoffer, cutting the gap by over a second. Zap Brandigan has climbed 1 spot to 23rd. Shekomaru and Sikapal are nose-to-nose for 24th. Steve Jumper is climbing to 9th place. That's Altis Arena is now in 14th. Shikamaru has advanced to 24th. Your Instinct just overtook someone and is now in 7th place. Schoolbus Rusteri and Wauk CB are still nose-to-nose for 10th. Natural Unlucky and Chosen's Coast are locked in a close fight for 12th. Your Instinct just moved up to 6th place. Schoolbus Wustafi is now in 10th. Cho's Ants Coast is closing in on Wauk CB, cutting the gap by a second. They're battling for 11th place now. Schoolbus Wustafi is closing in on Steve Jumper, the gap shrinking by 1.7 seconds. Naturalian Lucky is climbing 2 spots to 11. Cerro Timalev is moving up 1 spot to 16. Naturalian Lucky is climbing to 10th place. That's Alti Serena is now 12th. Tokidokibre has moved up to 16th. Tokidokibre is on a roll, climbing to 13. Zero Timilive is right behind, also making moves to 14. Nairob Starks is gaining ground, but still a bit behind at 22. Saprandigan is on a roll, climbing up to 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ned Starks is also making moves, now in 19th after a similar surge. Your Instinct is creeping into the top 5, just 1 spot ahead. Steve Jumper is making a move, now in 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Unistix is closing the gap, trimming it down by 3.5 seconds. That's Alti Serena is climbing up 1 spot to 9. Your Instinct is closing in on Apex Milkbag, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. That's Alti Serena has climbed 2 spots to take 7th place. Tokidokibri is moving up 1 spot to occupy 11th place. Your Instinct is closing in on Apex Milkbag, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. That's Alti Serena is closing in on Steve Jumper, closing the gap by 2.30 seconds. Saprandigan is making moves, climbing 2 spots to take the 12th place. Rusna Pumzix is gaining on Mzerob Starks, closing the gap to just over a second. Dicey Shans is right behind Lirashai, catching up quickly. Evolution and 54 is closing in on Tryhard, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. That's Alti Serena is climbing up to 6th place. Steve Jumper and That's Alti Serena are nose to nose for 6th. Nidzero Upstarks is on a roll, climbing up to 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Evolution 954 is closing the distance on Trihar Triad, chipping away at the gap by 1.3 seconds. Your Instinct is gaining on Apex Milkbag, narrowing it down by 2 seconds. Wow, Trihar Triad really pulled it off. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Trihar Triad really pulled it off. Congratulations! That was quite the impressive win. Looks like all those virtual laps paid off. Great job, you totally deserve it. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because New Jersey Motorsports Park has some tight corners and technical sections that really test a car's ability to maneuver smoothly. I would also consider the braking performance since those twisty sections demand quick stops without losing momentum. Top speed isn't as crucial here compared to a straight-line track, so I'd prioritize a car that can stay glued to the road and handle well through the curves. Think of it like a dance. Graceful and sharp movements are key. Well, both of these cars are pretty iconic muscle cars, so it's going to be a close call. The Chevrolet Camaro tends to have a bit of an edge in handling and agility, especially on a track with twists and turns like New Jersey Motorsports Park. The Ford Mustang is no slouch either, known for its straight-line speed and power, but sometimes it might struggle a little on more technical sections. If I had to put my chips on one, I'd say Wayne Gretzky in the Camaro might have a slight advantage in overall performance on this particular track. But hey, in the world of AI racing, anything can happen, and it's all about who makes the smartest moves. Let's see how it unfolds. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at New Jersey Motorsports Park, and leading the pack is bot Wayne Trainany 4 in a shiny 2021 Chevrolet Camaro. Seems like they've got the pole position. Let's see if they can hold on to it, or if the pack catches up. Wayne Trainany 4 has taken the lead right out of the gate. Shikamaru is in second place, not far behind. And I, Maya, I'm holding on to third for now. Looks like a tight start. Maya advances to second place. Kithulu Kachu and another racer are nose-to-nose for fourth. Amy climbs to sixth. N-Body Notes is climbing to 15th place. Cloudy is making a move to 19th place. Shoebox TV is advancing to 20th place. Mare Pinkwolf and N-Body Notes are nose to tail for 15th place. Meanwhile, Riswatch Ingyo and Mare Pinkwolf are locked in a close fight for 16th. Hermit Media is climbing nicely into the top 10. Mare Pinkwolf is gaining ground on 15, inching closer to N-Body Notes. Looks like a close fight for that spot. Maldux EFCF is closing in on Popcorn Slayer, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. N-Body Notes is climbing 2 spots to 14th place. Dishonored Fox and N-Body Notes are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Amy and the other racer are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Riswachingyo just climbed 1 spot to 15th. The Foots 84 is chipping away at Na Pinkwolf, closing the gap by over a second. Shikamaru just overtook someone to take second place. Maya is right behind looking to make a move. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap. Riswachingyoan and Muddy Notes are neck and neck for 14th. Diodindangin. F584 is climbing up to 17th. Riswachingyo advances to 14th place. Shoebox TV climbs to 19th place. Mara Pinkwolf and Shoebox TV are locked in a close fight for the 19th spot. Wayne Nabretsky is stuck in 8th and struggling to catch up while Popcorn Slayer is in 9th, and just a bit faster. Looks like Wayne Bretsky might need a miracle to catch Popcorn Slayer before the finish. Nkunkwolf is racing a 2020 Geely Binruai. He's currently in the last place among the TCE class, quite a ways behind the leaders. Looks like he's struggling to keep up. Cthulhukachu is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Amy has moved up to 5th place, also gaining 1 spot. Elitsitone 1095 is making progress in 20th place, climbing 1 spot. Body in. Cloudy is driving a 2016 Mazda MX-5 Cup and is currently in 19th place. Their lap time is around 1:20, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Maya and Wayne Trinity 4 are nose to tail at the front. Elititone 95 is chipping away at Shoebox Davy's lead, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Dine Klijosho is climbing up to 21st place, leaving P22 behind. Maya is holding second and just set the fastest lap. Looks like he's eyeing the leader, but still needs to find a way past Wayne Train and 4. Shoebox TV is climbing 1 spot to take 18th place. Shoebox TV and Thifats 84 are locked in a close fight for 17th. Shikomaru is in 2nd place with a Chevrolet Camaro from 2021. Their fastest lap is 17.927, just behind the leader. Looks like they're holding a solid position, but not quite close enough to challenge Wayne Train and T4. Wow! Wayne Train and T4 really pulled off the victory. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Wayne 94 really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. You've definitely earned it. And Amy, you crushed it with the most overtakes. A 2021 Chevrolet Camaro Trans Am is heading your way. Nice job on the aggressive driving. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Nonstop has a mix of tight corners and fast straights, so a car that can navigate turns smoothly while still sprinting down the long straightaways would have the best shot. Speed is important, but without the ability to stick to the curves, all that power might just go to waste. So, mastering the balance between grip and acceleration is key here. Well, looking at these two, I'd say two peas into podcast with the Ford Falcon might have a bit of an edge here. The Falcon is a more beefy, performance-oriented car, especially considering it's from 2008, but still built for speed and handling. Meanwhile, the Nissan Altima from 2013 is more of a comfort cruiser, not really designed for racing. So I'd put my chips on two peas into podcast and the Ford to take the win here. But hey, with AI racing you never know. Sometimes the underdog surprises us all. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Anderstorp and leading the pack is the V8 Supercars class with bought VD39 in the 2013 Nissan Altima. Looks like an interesting mix of power and style to start us off. The 39 has shot off the line into the lead. Your Instinct is holding strong in second place, and Era Special is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Two Peas in the podcast is climbing to fifth place. Billy is making his way to seventh. Amy and Lord Sickrispy are locked in a close fight for eighth. Moo Tuba is climbing up to 11th place now. Neotexum and Mootube are practically glued together for that spot. Trifonunity 3 is inching closer to the top 15. Billy is driving a 2013 Nissan Altima and is currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite making moves yet. Trifonunity 3 is driving a 2013 Nissan Altima. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, trying to find a way around the traffic. Kyosify is driving a 2013 Nissan Altima and is currently in 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. 2 places between them, so Kyosify is just ahead, but 2 Peas into Podcast is closing in. Looks like a tight battle for the final podium spot. Kyosify and 2 Peas into Podcast are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Bilioy and Kyosify are swapping positions for 6th. Amy and Lord Crispy are locked in a close fight for 8th. Maya is now in 9th place, climbing up 1 spot. Neotexum advances to 11th place, also gaining 1 position. Trifinity 3 moves into 13th place, climbing 1 spot. Te, Trifinity 3 and Mutube are nose-to-nose fighting for 12th place. Two Peas in the Podcast is climbing to 4th place. Kyosify and EdSauce21 are nose-to-nose for 5th. EdSauce21 just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Kyosify and 2 Peas into Podcast are neck and neck for 5th. Wrestling 567 and Trifinity 3 are trading paint for 13th. Wrestling 567 just overtook Trifinity 3, and now they are neck and neck for 13th place. Two cars are close behind each other, with 2 Peas in the Podcast in 5th, and Kyosify in 6th. Looks like a tight battle for that position. The V8 supercars are holding their ground with consistent lap times, but the track at Anderstorp seems to favor the older Nissan Altimas and Holden Commodores slightly. The Mustangs are hanging in there but not quite as quick. Amy is in 9th place with a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. Their fastest lap is 1:40.027, so they're not exactly setting the world on fire, but holding steady. The track's tight corners seem to favor the older Nissan Altimas with their agility, but the Mustangs are hanging tough despite the narrow layout. Wrestling 567 is driving a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10, with a fastest lap close to the race leader. Looks like they're holding steady but not making big moves yet. Atelier Torres is driving a 2019 Ford Mustang. Looks like they're a bit off the pace, currently in the middle of the pack, and not making much noise. The V8 supercars are holding a tight pack, but the track seems to favor the more powerful Mustangs and Holden Commodores. The Nissan Altimas are hanging in there, but the Mustangs are showing a bit of an edge. Lord Secretsby is driving a 2019 Ford Mustang and is currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is 1:37.428, so they're holding a decent pace but still trying to catch the cars ahead. Congratulations to VD39 for winning the race. Looks like they really drove away with it. Well done. Wow, what a surprise! Congratulations to VD39 for taking the victory. Looks like they really know how to push those virtual engines to the limit. Great job! Sure thing. A fun fact about Group 4 cars is that they were originally designed for international touring car racing, and were known for their impressive blend of performance and style. These cars sometimes looked like street cars but could be just as fast as race cars on the track. It's like having a street-legal beast just waiting to roar into action. Hey everyone, time's almost up to pick your favorite car. Make sure you choose before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left in the lineup. Don't miss out on the chance to see your preferred machine race. Whoa! This is like a blast from the past clash of classic muscle cars. The Dodge Dart is known for its straight-line speed, but the Corvette C2 has that sleek, aerodynamic edge that might help it carve through those curves. Honestly, between the two, I bet on the Corvette C2 to take the win, especially given its better handling. But hey, with AI driving these, anything could happen. I'm just here for the show. Alright everyone. The race is kicking off at Oschersleben, and leading the pack is the Group 4 bought beef sliders in a classic 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. Looks like nostalgia and speed are teaming up at the front. Beef Sliders is leading the race, with Amy right behind in second place, and VD39 holding on to third. Looks like a tasty start for the top three. Maya is holding steady in fifth place. G-Master Tegamer 9. Taust overtook VD39 for fourth place. The battle for third is heating up with VD39, and G-Master Tegamer 9,000 nose to tail. Gasta Tegamer 9000 is climbing up to second place. Jagichat is now in fourth. Max Pirelli is in sixth after moving up one spot. Jagichat advances to third place. Max Pirelli climbs to fifth. Max Pirelli and Beef Sliders are nose to nose for fourth. Max Spirelli is climbing up to 4th place. Wayne Trinity 4 and Relax View are locked in a close fight for 12. Unstabil is also moving up 1 spot to 15. Unstabil is climbing up to 13th place. Grandi Live is right behind at 14th place. Looks like they're both on the move. Chris Gopher is climbing up to 15th place. The Dreamkeeper is gaining on Wayne Tren 94, closing the gap by just over a second. Maya's Mercury Cougar is holding steady in 8th place. Looks like she's not making any dramatic moves, but staying in the hunt. Maya and VD39 are neck and neck for 6th place. Chris Gopher is closing in on Crandili, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. The Dreamkeeper is driving a 1970 Alfa Romeo GT SE, a lightweight and agile car known for its racing pedigree. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack and not making much noise so far. Budadzeror is climbing nicely to 7th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is also moving up to 15. Chris Gopher and Wayne Trinity 4 are nose to tail for that 15th spot. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing up to 14th place. The Dreamkeeper is also moving up to 16th place. The battle for 15th place between the Dreamkeeper and Crandalive is getting pretty close. The Dreamkeeper is now in 16th place. Chris Gopher has also moved up to 17th place. Amy's holding the lead comfortably and has the fastest lap, so he's probably just cruising to the finish. Maya and Budazrar are nose to tail for 7th place. Bjorn Ott is trimming the distance to G Maxiite by a full second. The Dreamkeeper is driving a 1970 Alfa Romeo GT SE. They're currently in 16th place and seem to be struggling with pace, as their lap time is significantly slower than the leader. Unstabil is driving a 1972 Chrysler Valiant Charger .0. Looks like their race is a bit of a struggle with the slowest lap of nearly 2 minutes. Not much momentum so far. Jamagishat is in 3rd place with a BMW CSL from 1975. Their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leader, so they're not exactly setting the pace. Looks like they're hanging in but not challenging for the top spot. Relax View is driving a 1963 Jaguar E-Type lightweight. They're currently in the 11th place and seem to be struggling with lap times as they're quite a bit behind the leaders. Wayne Trinity 4 is really closing in on Unstabil, cutting the gap by a full second. Chris Gopher and the Dreamkeeper are locked in a tight fight for the 15th spot. Max Spirelli is climbing up to 3rd place. Beef Sliders is now in 4th. Baby 9 is catching up to 5th. Looks like a tight battle behind the leaders. The F439 is climbing to 4th place. Budatsuro is now 7th. Yamaksite has moved into 8th. Bjorn Art is climbing to 8th place. Budatsuro and Bjorn Art are nose to tail for 7th. Unstabil is making a move to 12th. The Group 4 cars are clearly faster overall, especially with the top driver, Amy, leading comfortably. The track favors these classic muscle and sporty cars, but the slower Group 3 cars are struggling to keep up, especially on the straights. Wow, Amy, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win, you must be thrilled. Wow, Amy really showed everyone how it's done today. Congratulations on winning the race. And hey, since you also scored the fastest lap, you get to claim that pretty 1968 Dodge Dart. Nice upgrade. Looks like you're taking home some shiny new wheels today. Sure! Did you know that the Automotodrome Grobnik has hosted not only car races, but also motorcycle events for decades? It's like a versatile playground for speed enthusiasts. Plus, it's nestled in a beautiful Croatian landscape, making the view just as thrilling as the race itself. Nothing beats racing through such a scenic route, right? Well, this is quite the matchup. On one hand, we have Princess Wildface with a 2012 Aston Martin Vantage GTE, a car that's known for elegance and a bit of old-school racing charm. On the other hand, Chosen's Coast is behind a 2020 Chevrolet Corvette C8R, which is a more modern beast with cutting-edge technology and a reputation for raw speed. Given the track and the cars, I'd probably lean toward the Corvette. It's newer, potentially more agile, and designed with the latest racing tech. But hey, the Aston Martin has that classic finesse and might surprise us with clever handling. Honestly, it's a toss-up, but I think the Corvette might just edge out the Aston Martin in this race. We'll see if Princess Wildface can channel some of that vintage charm into a victory. Alright, everyone, the race has just kicked off at Automotodrome Grobnik, and our GTE class car, a 2012 Aston Martin Vantage GTE, is starting right at the front of the grid. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead or if the others will surprise us. Maya is starting in second place right behind Bobardo, and just ahead of Fragati. The race is underway and things are already heating up at the front. Maya is now in first place. Princess Wildface has moved up to fifth. Dor Rogue and Indus Platinum are nose to nose for sixth. Princess Wildface is now in fourth place, and closing in on Evolution 9, 154. Princess Wildface and Evolution 9, 154 are battling fiercely for that fourth spot. Amy has moved up to ninth place, making some progress. Strutting Jal is driving a Nissan 370Z Nissan GT4. They are currently in the last position among the GT4s, and it looks like their race might be a bit of a struggle so far. Evolution 154 is climbing up to fourth place. Princess Wildface and Evolution 9, 154 are battling hard for that spot. Yadi Anburn is also making progress, moving into seventh. Senna Savage is now in 12th place. Ariu Serial has climbed to 14th. Strutting Jal is in 19th. Looks like some steady progress. Lin Leilak is racing a 2019 Ginetta G55 Super Cup still. Looks like she's holding steady in 12th place, not making any big moves but staying in the pack. Princess Wildface and Evolution 9, 154 are neck and neck for fourth place. Chosenskost and Amy are locked in a close fight for ninth. Strutting Jarl is climbing up the grid, moving into 18th. Princess Wildface just overtook someone to take fourth place. JD Anburn has moved up to sixth. JD Anburn and Evolution 954 are nose to nose for fifth. Amy is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Chozang's Coast is making a move, now in 10th. JD Anburn just nudged into 5th. Amber Pinkwolf is on the move, climbing to 7th place. Senna Savage is right behind, also making a move to 8th. Lin Lilac is not far behind, pushing into 9th. Looks like a tight battle for these positions. Prince Sheko 21 is on a charge, climbing 4 places to 16. Jade Anburn is closing in on Princess Wildface, cutting the gap by over a second. Rumi Fizz 13 is making moves, climbing 1 spot to 14. Maya is battling to catch up after dropping to 14. Chozang's Coast is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to reach 17. Bobardo's making a move, now leading the race at the top spot. Maya is storming through the field, now in first place after overtaking 13 cars. Jade Anburn and Princess Wildface are nose-to-nose for fourth. Spike Poles and Crazy Sweetbutt are locked in a close fight for 11th. JD Anburn is climbing up to 4th place. Strutting Jaw is making a move to 12th. Stankit is creeping into 14th. Senir Savage is driving a 2010 Aston Martin Vantage GT4. They're currently in 8th place and seem to be struggling a bit with lap times, sitting behind some faster GT4s. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on your win. Guess the others need to step up their game. Congratulations to me for winning the race. I knew those AI cars didn't stand a chance against my skillful driving. As for the fastest lap, I'm claiming that stunning 2012 Aston Martin Vantage GE. It's about time I add a real beauty to my virtual garage. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would probably go with the 2017 Norma M30. It's built for speed and agility, which are pretty crucial on a track like the Auto 24 Ring. The other cars are also impressive, but the Norma's design focuses on performance that could really shine here. The Ligia JSP3 and the ADS03 Nissan are solid choices, but I think the Norma's got the edge in overall racing prowess. The Zytek and Orica are nice contenders, but they might find it a bit tricky to keep up in a race that demands sharp handling and quick acceleration. Well, with both drivers flying blind and driving the same car at the Auto 24 Ring, it's basically a coin toss now. Since we don't know their skills, I'd say the one who gets the best start, or maybe just has the luckiest hands, might come out on top. It's going to be a fun surprise. Alright folks, the race is off at Auto 24 Ring, and leading the pack is Bot Shikamaru, in the pole position. Driving a 2015 Onroque Ligier JSP3, it's got the prime spot to show off its speed. Stay tuned to see if it can hold on to that lead or if the others have tricks up their sleeves. Shikamaru has shot off the line to take the lead. Schmerzenleve is holding strong in second place. And Amy is sitting comfortably in third, not giving up just yet. Schmerzenleve is now in first place. Amy is right behind in second. Maya and Shikamaru are nose to nose for third. Looks like a close fight for that spot. Yabuogi just overtook someone to take the fourth place. Maya and Jabuogi are nose to tail in that battle. Runner Rampage is closing in on the top 5, moving up to 6th. Jabuogi just overtook someone to take 4th place. Dragu and Tinborghini Tube are nose to nose for 13. Yama Priest and Ix Nobodixel are locked in a close fight for 15th. Oxolfi is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 14. Jabuogi is losing ground, dropping 19 places to 23. Maya is making progress, moving up 1 spot to 4. Shikamaru is in the lead with a 2015 Onroque Ligier JSP3S. Looks like they're holding the top spot comfortably so far. James Smith just overtook Drift 93 and is now in 17th place. They are still neck and neck for that spot. Rome Spider and Maya are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. Trifa 93 is sneaking up to 17th, probably planning a late charge. Rome Spider just overtook someone to take 4th place. Wrestling 567 and Dude Smoke A Blunt are nose to nose for 7th. Dude Smokey Blunt is climbing up to 6th place. Rana Rampage and Dude Smokey Blunt are nose to nose for 6th. Thomas Moran is advancing to 8th. The track's tight corners seem to favor the LMP3s with better handling, but the longer straights are letting some of the Zytex catch up. Zenyahima just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Wrestling 567 and Zenyahima are still neck and neck for 9th. Trifanunity 3 and Amapriest are battling closely for 16th. Maya is now in 4th place, closing the gap. Molidai, Dinkamanyiji. Dude Smoky Ablant is right behind in 5th. Ronnie Rampage is knocking on the door in 6th. Maya is currently in 4th place with a 2016 Ligier JSP3. Her fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders, so she's probably struggling to keep up. Looks like she's holding her position but not gaining much. Jayabuogi is closing in on Mermuda fast, shrinking the gap by 6.5 seconds. James Smith and Yamapriest are locked in a tight battle for the 16th spot. Congratulations to Schmerzen Live on winning the race. Looks like they really took the checkered flag. Well done. Wow, Schmerzen Live just took the win, huh? That was a close one. Huge congrats to them for dominating the race. Looks like all that virtual horsepower paid off. Way to go. Sure thing. Did you know that Blackwood GP was actually inspired by a real racing circuit in the UK? But the virtual version has some pretty wild turns that you wouldn't find on any real track. It's like they took the boring parts of a real race and added a bit of video game magic to make it more exciting. So, if you ever find yourself lost there, just remember it's all about the fun and chaos. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking down fast, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on the action. Alright, so we've got Yama Priest in a classic 1968, Holden Monaro, and caffeinated car in a 1973, Alpine A110, 1800s. The Monaro is known for its muscle and straight-line speed, but it might struggle with the sharp turns and technical sections of Blackwood GP. On the other hand, the Alpine A110 is all about agility and handling, which is a big plus on that track. Honestly, I'd say the Alpine has the edge when it comes to maneuvering through those corners, so I'd put my chips on caffeinated car. But hey, that Monaro could surprise us with some old-school power if it gets the right run. Who do you think is going to take it? Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Blackwood GP, and leading the pack is the Group 3 car, driven by bot exclusive Gargs. He's starting on pole with the classic 1968 Holden Monaro. Seems like we're in for a nostalgic yet fierce battle. Anaxagorax has taken the lead right out of the gate. Asivagox is hot on their heels in second place. Schoolbus Rustev is holding on to third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Schoolbus Rustev and Exclusive Gox are locked in a tight duel for second place. Yama Priest is gaining ground, moving up one spot to fifth. Abetabloke is also climbing, inching into eighth. Caffeinated Car is now in fourth place and closing in on Mayatadoti. Gabby the Minimac climbs to ninth, but still a bit behind the pack. Abetabloke is climbing to sixth place. Yama Priest and Abetabloke are still neck and neck for sixth. Mikhail Brokast and Josh Biosh are locked in a close fight for 16th. Yama Priest is now in fifth place, closing the gap. Maya is right behind, ready to pounce. Gabby the Minimac is in ninth place driving a 1969 Chevrolet Corvair. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Exclusivagox is holding on to the lead with Anaxagorax right behind him. Abetabloke is trying to shake off Maya for sixth place. Nexa Romaval and Gabby the Minimac are neck and neck for ninth. Abetabloke is climbing to sixth place. Amy is now in 10th. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross has moved into 11th. Exclusivagox is climbing up to first place. Anaxagorax and Exclusive Gox are still neck and neck for the lead. Dungatson3 is pushing up to 15th position. Gabby the Minimac and Solid Shadon Ninity 1 are nose to nose for 8th place. Adonut 44 just snuck into 21st, climbing one spot. That I know. Caffeinated Car is climbing fast into second place. Abetabloke is hot on Yama Priest's tail, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Dongerson 3 is creeping up on Josh Biosh, chipping away at the distance by 1.2 seconds. Dank Nuggins is gaining on Iron Cross or Wooden Cross, closing the gap to just under a second and a half. Josh Biosh is right behind Alwyn Storm, closing in steadily. Amy and Gabby the Minimac are still nose to nose for 9th place. Anaxagorax just snuck into 2nd place. Yama Priest is climbing up to 4th. Yama Priest and Caffeinated Car are nose to tail for 3rd. Yama Priest is climbing to 3rd place. Gabby the Minimac and Solid Shadonini 1 are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Iron Cross Sorwooden Cross is advancing to 11th. Caffeinated Car is now in 3rd place, climbing steadily. Amy has moved into 9th position. Nico Brokast is in 15th, still making progress. Dongertsonda 3 is climbing up to 15th place. Nexa Romavel is also moving up to 16th place. Miki Broadcast and Nick Romoval are nose to tail for 16th place. Schoolbus Rostevi is climbing to 4th place. Amy and Solid Jadan and Niti1 are locked in a close fight for 8. Josh Biosh is advancing to 12. Dank Nuggins is closing in on the pack now in 12th place. Ogwin Storm is right behind in 13. Amy just gained a spot to 8. Nikki Broadcast is driving a 1972 Alpine A110 in Group 2. They're currently in 16th place with a best lap of 1 minute, 37 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Schoolbus Rostefi and Caffeinated Car are nose to nose for 3rd place. Gabby the Minimac and Solid Shadab down in E1 are locked in a fierce fight for 9. Nick Zaramava is climbing fast, up 2 spots to 14. Yama Priest is holding onto 4th place, but Schoolbus Rostefi is trying to find a way around. Amy and Maya are still neck and neck for 7th place. Looks like a game of patience. Next, Romoval and Awin Storm are battling for 13th. Not much room for error there. Solajad Donity 1 is holding off Maya for 8th place. Maya is trying to find a way around. Next, Romoval and Awin Storm are nose to tail for 13. Nikta Romaval is making a strong push, climbing 3 spots to 11. Zolajadavani 1 and Maya are locked in a close fight for 8. Dance on 3 is creeping up 1 position to 15. Wow. Exclusiva Gox, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champ. Congratulations to Exclusive Gox on winning the race. Well done on crossing that finish line first. And for everyone else, great effort out there. Amy, you did the most overtakes today. So you get to claim that classic 1973 Holden Monaro. Enjoy the ride and keep chasing those spots. If I had to pick one of these cars to win on the Grindelwald circuit, I'd probably go with the 1998 McLaren MP413. It was one of the most technically advanced and dominant cars of that era, with a really strong chassis and a reliable engine. Plus, it's known for its agility and speed, which are definitely key here. The Ferrari F300 and Williams FW20 are also tempting choices. But those McLarens cutting through corners like a hot knife through butter would give it a slight edge. So, I'd place my bets on the McLaren for that race. Alright, everyone, the clock is ticking down, so if you want to pick your favorite car for this race, now's definitely the time. Don't miss out on the excitement. Make your choice before it's too late. Oh, this is a classic battle of vintage vibes versus sleek design. The Stewart S02 is known for its agility, but can be a bit unpredictable on a tricky track like Grindelwald. On the other hand, the Tyrrell 026 has a reputation for solid performance and stability. Honestly, if Amy can really finesse those curves and keep the car in check, she might just surprise us. But if Franquetti plays it safe and sticks to the racing lines, the Tyrrell could take the win. Either way, it's a nostalgic showdown, and I can't wait to see how it unfolds. Who are you betting on? Alright, everyone, the race just kicked off at Grindelwald, and look at that. Botwangatang 7272 is starting on pole driving a classic 1998 Benetton B198. Let's see if that old school beauty can hold on to the lead. Based on the start, Base Nazar 2 is leading the pack. Wangatang 7272 is holding strong in second, and A. Raphael is right behind in third. Looks like a tight race already. Coffee Kitten and Guy are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Papakatsi is inching closer to the top half, now in 12th. Wangatang 7272 is leading the race in a 1998 Benetton B98. Looks like they're holding onto the front spot pretty comfortably so far. Papakatsi is driving a Ferrari F300 and currently in 13th place. Looks like a decent start, but still plenty of room to move up. Kyroscope is driving a Benetton B98 and is currently in 11th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Amy is holding steady in 5th while Franquetti is 6th. Not much room for overtaking yet, but Amy might want to watch her mirrors. Wangatang 7272 is leading the race in a 1998 Benetton B198. Looks like they're holding onto the front spot pretty comfortably so far. Ruth Freeboy Gaming Studios just nudged ahead of JZL Gaming for the 14th spot. They're really neck and neck in this little scrap. Amy is currently in the 6th place driving a Tyrrell 026. Looks like she's holding her own in the midfield. Frankfurt is driving a Tyrrell 026. They're currently in 6th place and have a fastest lap just over 1 minute and 8 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not pushing for the lead. Ingrid is driving a Benetton B198 and is currently in 4th place. Their fastest lap is just over a tenth slower than the leader, so they're holding a solid position but not quite challenging for the top spot. Given Surogai just overtook Tokidoki Bri and is now in 7th place. They're still close together, racing hard for that spot. Tarofa Kitten is driving a McLaren MP 413. They're currently in 10th place, holding a steady pace with a fastest lap just a bit faster than the previous driver. Looks like they're hanging in there but not making any big moves. Tarofa Kitten is climbing up to 8th place. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is making a move to 14. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Papa KC are nose to nose for 12. The F1 1998 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track at Grindelwald, with its twists and turns, seems to favor those with better handling and cornering skills. The top two are close in lap times, so driver skill and car setup are probably making the difference. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is driving a Prost a P01. Their race looks rough with a slowest lap of over a second slower than the leaders, and a position near the back. Congratulations to Base Nazartu on winning the race at Grindelwald. Looks like someone was in a league of their own. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Base Nazartu for winning the race. That was an intense competition, and you really showed those AI cars who's boss. And hey Amy, you did it. You won the bet race and can now claim the classic 1998 Stewart S. F02. That's a sweet ride from the F1 world. Well done. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Kalabuji Motorsports Park has a lot of sharp turns and technical sections, so a car that can stick to the asphalt and maneuver effortlessly would be my top priority. Speed is fun, but if the car can't handle the twists and turns smoothly, it's going to be a long race. Braking performance is also crucial because some of those corners require quick deceleration. So, in short, agility, grip, and braking are what I'd be looking for to really shine on this track. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking down and you better make your choice before it's too late. Get those picks in and let's see which AI masterpiece takes the crown. Oh wow, what a matchup! We have a classic Ferrari from 1951 going up against a Jaguar from 1954. Both are stunning cars with rich histories, but we're talking about AI drivers here, so it's really a test of the car's agility and handling. The Ferrari 212 Sport is known for its racing pedigree and sleek design, so it might have a slight edge in speed. But let's not forget that the Jaguar XK120 was once considered one of the fastest cars of its time, with impressive aerodynamics. Given that Calabogie Motorsports Park is quite a twisty track with lots of sharp turns, I'd probably lean towards the Jaguar because it's reputed for its agility and smooth handling. But then again, the Ferrari's raw power might give it the edge on the straights. Honestly, it's a toss-up. But I'm going to place my bet on Samun's Jaguar. It just seems better suited to handle all those tricky corners. Let's see if the AI agrees. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Calabogie Motorsports Park. And leading the pack is the vintage streetcar class with Botany Texum and a classic 1971 Puma GTB. Seems like this old-timer means business. Neo Texum has shot off the line and taken the lead. Trash Crashton is holding strong in second place. Maja Koblaich is currently in third, trying to keep up. Samun and Maja Koblaich are neck and neck for third place. Aminsan just gained one spot and is now in sixth. Radicero Activa Vixen and Velocitor 14 are fighting hard for ninth. Samun just overtook someone to grab third place. Merja Koblaich and Samun are nose to nose for that third spot. Amundsen is climbing up to fifth. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Aminsan and Maria Koblaich are nose to tail for fourth place. Wauk CB just gained one spot to 10th. Radicero Activa Vixen and Wauk CB are still fighting for 10th. Senor Flip Flipona 2020 is on a roll, moving up 3 spots to 17. Gabitha Minimac is having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 22. Bees McGee is also struggling, falling back 8 positions to 23. Bees McGee is storming through the field, overtaking 22 cars to grab the lead. Neo Texum and Bees McGee are nose to nose for first place. Wanabikido and Samun are locked in a close fight for 6th. Neo Texum and Bees McGee are nose to tail at the front. Wanabikido just snuck into 6th place. Mentor Obstarks and Madisberry are swapping paint for 8th. Neo Texum takes the lead, claiming first place. Trash Crashton follows closely behind in second. Aminsan makes a nice move, climbing 2 spots to third. Toadette the Kitty just shifted up 1 spot to 12. Senyahima and Senor Flip Flipona 100 and 2020 are nose to nose for 17. Esley just overtook someone to take the 14th place. Beef Sliders is also climbing up, now in 15. And Body Notes and Beef Sliders are nose to nose for 15. Bees McGee is closing in fast on Gabitha Minimac, cutting the gap by 15.6 seconds. Aminsan just moved up 1 spot to 2nd place. Radicero Activa Vixen is also climbing, taking 10th place. Amundsen is really sneaking up on Neotexum. Just a second and a bit behind now. Velocitor 14 is climbing fast, jumping 2 spots to sit comfortably in 6th, while SAB is on the prowl, closing the gap on Radioactive Vixen by the same margin as Amundsen on Neotexum. Amundsen is sneaking closer to Neotexum, cutting down the gap by 2.7 seconds. Wanabekido just overtook someone to climb into 4th place. Velocitor 14 is gaining on Majako Blach, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Amundsen is catching up to Neotexum, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Nadisberry is gaining on WAUC-CB, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Aisley is closing in on Nadisberry, reducing the gap by 3.6 seconds. Amundsen is chipping away at Neotexum's lead, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Nadisberry is climbing up to 11th place. Senior Flip-Flop on 120 is making moves, now in 16. Radioactive Vixen just overtook Samon and is now in 7th place. They are nose to tail in this close fight for that spot. Zamun and Radioactive Vixen are nose to nose for 7th place. N-Body Notes is chipping away at Edsley's lead, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Senior Flip-Flop on 120 and Spikeballs are locked in a close fight for 15. Bees McGee is closing in on Gabitha Minimac fast, cutting the gap by over 10 seconds. Amundsen is inching closer to Neotexum, just a little over a second behind now. Radioactive Vixen is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 5th place. Amundsen just sneaked into the lead, claiming the top spot. Radioactive Vixen is climbing up to 4th place. Net Zero Starks and Majako Blach are nose to nose for 7. Wanabekido is closing in on Radioactive Vixen, the gap shrinking by over a second. Needle Starks has climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Spikeables is gaining on Senior Flip-Flop on 102,020, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Trash Crashton is closing in on Neotexum, now just a second behind. Wanabekido is gaining on Radioactive Vixen, closing the gap by over a second. Nadisberry is climbing up to 9, leaving someone behind. Net Zero Starks is gaining on Velocitor 14, closing the gap to just over a second. Nadisberry has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Senior Flip-Flop on 120 is chipping away at N-Body Notes, narrowing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Radioactive Vixen is now in 3rd place after overtaking Trash Crashton. Trash Crashton and Radioactive Vixen are nose to nose for 3rd. Velocitor 14 has moved up to 5th place, closing in. Wow, Amundsen just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Well done. Wow, Amundsen, you really pulled it off. Congratulations on winning the race. And look at that, you've earned yourself a vintage gem, a 1972 Ford Falcon XBG. Nice choice. Keep the wins coming, everyone else. The prize pool is getting hotter. Well, here's a fun fact for you. The NASCAR cars from 1970 were basically rolling history lessons. They used a lot of big heavy steel, and had engines that sounded like a symphony of raw power and chaos. And get this, back then, safety equipment was pretty much an afterthought, so it was a true test of bravery and luck just to stay on the track. It's like they were race cars for the daring and the crazy. Oh wow. This is a classic battle of vintage muscle cars. The Chevrolet Monte Carlo from 1971 has a reputation for smoothness and street cred, while the Plymouth Roadrunner from the same year is known for its raw power and simplicity. It's like watching two old-school legends go head-to-head. Honestly, it could come down to the setup and handling on this track. Bruno's tight corners might favor the Monte Carlo's stability, but the Roadrunner's raw engine might just blast through the straights. If I had to pick, I'd lean slightly toward the Plymouth because of its reputation for straight-line speed, but don't count out the Monte Carlo to surprise us with some finesse. Who do you think has the edge? Alright folks, the race is underway at Bruno, and leading the pack is the NASCAR 1970 class, car driven by bot Jordan F. Hees, starting strong on pole in a classic 1971 AMC Matador. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Jordan F. has shot off the line to take the lead. Jackson Devox is hot on their tail in second place. Lithocarp is holding steady in third, but expect some fireworks soon. Cherofa Kitten is on the move, climbing 3 spots to second place. Jacinda Box and Cherofa Kitten are nose to nose, fighting for second. Lithocarp and Jacinda Box are locked in a close duel for third. Show is on the rise, now in 13th place. Jarrett Place is closing in, now in 16th place. Cherofa Kitten is dropping back, now in 18th place. Meine Meisterle 21 is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Yesnin 196 and Meine Meisterle 21 are neck and neck for 6th position. Dank Nuggins and Mafia Mavi are fighting hard for 10th place. GamerBoss 72 is holding off Maya by a hair for 8th place. Krandelive and Dank Nuggins are nose to nose for 11th. Rondon 69 and Amundsen are swapping positions in the 14th spot. Jax in the box just overtook Jordan F to take the lead. They're nose-to-nose for the top spot. Maya and Yasmin 96 are swapping positions in the 7 to 8 range. Looks like a close fight there. Gamerboss 72 is in 10th place driving a Chevrolet Monte Carlo Tante. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Daeunke Yusho is driving a Ford Torino and is currently in the 14th place. Looks like the Torino isn't exactly leading the pack but still hanging in there. Dynamite Style at 21 is now in 5th place, closing the gap. Nonstop T-Wall. Anonymous 93 is right behind, making it a tight fight for that position. Dank Nuggins has climbed to 10th. Not bad for a late push. Rondom 69 just overtook Daeunke Yusho, and now they are nose-to-nose for the 14th place. Looks like Rondom 69 is not done climbing yet. Amundsen is climbing 2 spots to take the 11th place. Gamerboss 72 and Amundsen are locked in a close fight for that position. Daeunke Yusho is gaining 1 spot to sit in 14. Kitten just overtook Jerk Place for 17th place. Looks like Kitten is determined to climb up the grid. Jerk Place isn't giving up easily though. They're still close behind. Blackbeard just overtook Beam Streams and is now in the 18th place. They are neck and neck for the 17th spot, so expect some fireworks soon. Dynamite Style at 21 is climbing to 4th place. Lithocarp and Dynamite Style at 21 are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Jerk Place is inching up to 17th. Zombush 86 is climbing up to 4th place. Lithocarp and Zombush 86 are nose-to-tail for 3rd. Anonymous 93 is also making moves, now in 5th. Anonymous 93 and Zombush 86 are neck and neck for 4th place. Jack Plays and Kitten are locked in a close fight for 17th. Anonymous 93 is climbing to 4th place. Yasmin 96 is now in 7th. Krandelive has moved into 12th. Yasmin 196 is holding off my Namastyler 21 for 6th place. Amundsen and Dank Nuggins are still neck and neck for 10th. Kitten and Jerk Plays are trading positions around 17. My Nystyle 21 and Zombush 86 are nose to tail for 5th place. Amundsen just gained 1 spot to sit in 10th. Dank Nuggins and Amundsen are locked in a close fight for 10th. Amy just gained 1 spot, now in 17th. Jerk Plays and Amy are nose to nose for 16th. The track's tight corners are favoring the drivers with consistent lap times and good handling. Overtakes are tricky, so staying in the right groove is key. Man I Styler 21 is now in 5th place, inching closer to the top. Zombush 86 and My Name Styler 21 are nose to tail for 5th. Krandilivet and Dank Nuggins are fighting for 11th, not giving an inch. Hey Junon, welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could rejoin the fun. Hope you're ready for some AI car racing action because things are about to get competitive. Wow. Jacksondabox took the win at Bruno. Looks like they were just in a league of their own. Well done. Congratulations to Jacksondabox for taking the victory. That was an impressive race. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Amundsen, you did the most overtakes, so you get the 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner. Well earned. Alright, here's a fun fact about the F1 1950 racing cars. Did you know that these cars were actually some of the most dangerous machines on the track? They had very little in terms of safety features, so even a minor bump could turn into a big problem. But despite that, drivers were fearless or maybe just a bit crazy. They raced with a kind of reckless bravado that would make modern safety officials clutch their seats in horror. Classic era of motorsport, where bravery met pure chaos. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it or forever hold your peace. The clock's ticking down and those AI racers are gearing up to show what they've got. Don't miss out on the fun. Get your choice in before it's too late. Ooh, this is a classic battle of vintage charm versus stylish speed. The Aston Martin is a beautiful beast, but it's from 1959, so it might be a bit less nimble on those twists and turns. Meanwhile, the Maserati from 1954 is known for its agility and racing pedigree. Given the tight corners and elevation changes in Rio de Janeiro Mini, I'd probably put my money on the Maserati pulling ahead. But hey, with AI driving these beauties, anything can happen. Let's see if the vintage charm can withstand the speed of the legend. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Rio de Janeiro Mini track. And look at that, Bot Rob Swizzle is starting on pole in a classic 1950 Ferrari 125 F1. Pretty fancy way to kick things off, don't you think? Rob Sizzle has shot off the line into the lead. Amy is holding second place just ahead of me in third. Looks like it's going to be a close battle early on. Renan just overtook someone to claim the 8th spot. Yeah boy, Rwanda and Renan are now nose to nose, fighting for 8th place. Renan is climbing up to 7th place now. Radicero Activa Vixen and Renan are nose to tail, fighting for that 7th spot. Botka Muning is trying to sneak past Super Siggy for 5th place. Jinon and Botka Muning are nose to nose for 6th. This race is heating up nicely. Renan is climbing up to 6th place. Yaboy Rwanda and Redizo Active Vixen are nose to nose for 8th. Renan is driving a Van Wall VW5, a classic British racing car known for its innovative design. They are currently in 7th place, making a solid move up from 9th. Their race looks steady, but they still have room to push for higher positions. Renan is climbing to 5th place. Botka Muning is now 6th. Radioactiva Vixen is sneaking into 7th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Super Siggy is driving a Porsche 718 RSK from 1958. They are currently in 5th place, staying competitive with a decent lap time but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Amy is leading in an Aston Martin DBR 4250, holding 2nd place. Looks like she's maintaining a solid pace with a fastest lap of 42.738. He's in a good position to challenge for the top spot. Botka Muning is catching up to Renan, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Radicero Active Vixen is gaining on Botka Muning, cutting the distance by 1.2 seconds. Yaboy Rwanda is closing in on Radicero, reducing the gap by 3.3 seconds. Botka Muning climbs to 5th place. Radicero Active Vixen moves up to 6th place. Renan and Radicero Active Vixen are nose to nose for 6th. Epic Sugar is now in 3rd place. Botka Muning is gaining on Maya and has cut the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Renan is climbing up to 6th place. Renan is climbing to 5th place. Radicero Active Vixen is catching up to 6th. Yaboy Rwanda is closing in on Radicero, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Epic Sugar is narrowing the gap with Amy by 130 seconds. Renan has climbed 1 spot to take 4th place. Radicero Active Vixen has also moved up 1 spot into 5th. Radicero is gaining fast on Yaboy Rwanda, closing the gap by 8 seconds. Radicero Active Vixen is catching up to Renan, narrowing it down by 1.5 seconds. Aminsan is creeping closer to Radicero Active Vixen, cutting the distance by just over 1 second. Moning is driving a 1955 Connaught Type B. Their race looks steady but not spectacular, sitting in the middle of the pack with a decent lap time. Rhiannon is driving a Vanwall VW5, a classic British racing car. They're currently in the middle of the pack but have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Wow, Rob Swizzle, you really outpaced everyone at Rio de Janeiro Mini. Guess all those practice sessions paid off. Well done. Wow, Rob Swizzle crushed it. Big congrats on the win, you really showed those AI drivers who's boss. And a huge shout out to Amy for winning the bet race. You've earned yourself a gorgeous 1959 Aston Martin DBR 4250. Perfect for cruising in style. Rhiannon, you also did an amazing job with the most overtakes. That's quite the skill. And you get to claim a sleek 1958 Vanwall VW5. Great racing, everyone. This is getting more exciting with every lap. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked a car yet, now's your last chance. Don't make me pick a stinker for you. Get those choices in before the clock runs out. Oh, this is a classic matchup, isn't it? The Mercedes from 2015 definitely has the power and the prestige. But the Civic from 27 is like the underdog with a lot of charm and a surprising amount of get up and go. In terms of pure speed, the Mercedes should have the edge on those straightaways. But Long Beach isn't just about straight lines. Turns and handling matter a lot here. The Civic's lighter weight and agility might give it an unexpected advantage in the tighter corners. If I had to pick who might take the win, I'd say it's a close call. The Mercedes has the raw horsepower, but don't count out the Civic's agility to cause some surprises. But hey, that's what makes this so fun to watch. Anything could happen. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Long Beach, and leading the pack is Amy in the TCR class. She's driving a 2015 Fiat Tipo Competizione and has just taken the pole position. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Zero Time Live in second and TPPA holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle right from the start. TPKPA and Zero Time Leave are nose to nose for second place. Maya just snuck past someone to take 4. Gnavlin is climbing up to 7. Hey Yoda 4840, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're back in the driver's seat. Hope you're ready to see some crazy AI cars race again. Archerum 92 is on a roll, climbing 6 spots to 12th place. Schoolbus Rostekfi is sneaking up 2 spots to 3rd. Velocitor 14 is also climbing 2 spots to 5th. Long Beach's tight corners are shaking up the order with overtakes happening everywhere. The smaller cars are making the most of the narrow sections, while the bigger ones struggle to find space. Schoolbus Rustis Day is gaining on Zero Time Alive, now just 1 second behind. TPKPA is closing in on Aussie 22, cutting the gap by 3.5 seconds. Schoolbus Rustis TV and Zero Time Alive are nose to nose for second place. Architect just climbed 1 spot to 14. Emerald Tick 398 and Architect are locked in a close fight for the same position. TPPA is gaining fast on Aussie 2002, now just 7 seconds behind. Maya has climbed 1 spot into 3rd place. Zots Fired is chipping away at Velocitor 14, closing the gap by over a second. Aussie Youth 2002 is climbing nicely into the top 20. The Thoughts 84 and Smurf 20 are nose to tail for the next spot. Looks like a photo finish coming up. The Thoughts 84 is on a tear, climbing through the field like a hot knife through butter. Smurf 20 is not far behind, making moves and closing the gap. Amy and Smurf 20 are nose to tail, fighting for that second spot like it's the last slice of pizza. Maya is climbing up to 3rd place, closing in on the leaders. Amy is now in 1st, leaving the rest to chase her down. Zero Team Leave is hot on her heels in 2nd. Velocitor 14 is climbing to 5th place. Zots Fired is now 6th. Navling has moved into 7th. Looks like they're all playing musical chairs. Architect is gaining on Chizendashauer, closing the gap by over a second. JC Productions is hot on Emerald Tick through 988's tail, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. Neo Texum is climbing to 10th place. GC Productions is catching Emerald Tick 398 fast, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Aussie 2002 is on a roll, climbing up to 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Archeron 192 just nudged into 11th place, gaining 1 spot. Architect moved up 2 spots to 12th place. The race is heating up. Maya is now in second place, closing in on the leader. Owen Storm and Lux Ravenous are still neck and neck for 8th. Emerald Tick 398 has gained 2 spots and is now in 14th. Neotexum is climbing to 9th place. Archirona 192 is now in 10th. Architect is knocking on the door of 12th. TPKA is closing in on JC Productions fast, just 17.9 seconds behind now. Neotexum has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Archirona 92 also moved up 1 spot to 9th. Architect climbs to 10th place. Cheese and Dashauer advances to 11th. Emerald Tick 398 moves into 12th. The race is heating up. Wow, Amy, you really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Amy really pulled it off. Big congratulations to you for winning the race. That was some impressive driving. And Maya, with the fastest lap, you get to claim the 27 Honda Civic FA. Nice job. Looks like you've earned yourself a sweet little ride. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your final picks or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to see those AI racers make history. Oh wow, what a matchup. It's like pitting a sleek, modern speedster against a classic rotary powerhouse. The Porsche is known for its engineering precision and power, so it's probably the favorite here. But don't underestimate the Mazda, especially with its lightweight design and nimbleness. It can surprise us if it gets the corners just right. My money's on the Porsche, but I wouldn't be shocked if the Mazda pulls off a thrilling upset. Let's see how the AI drivers handle the twists and turns at Rouen les Essarts. Alright folks, the race is underway at Rouen les Essarts, and topping the grid is bought G2 33 in a 1922 Roland Lane, a 22 toy. Who knew vintage could be this fast? Meg's Boring Life is leading the race right now. Yeezy Eastman 33 is in second place, trying to keep up. Zumboard Boy is currently in third, but don't blink, or they might be overtaken. Zumboard Boy just overtook someone to grab second place. Maya is climbing up to third, inching closer to Senior Flip Flopone 100 in 2020. Those two are nose to nose in that battle for third. Zachariah TV is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Nulevi is making a strong push, now 9th after overtaking 5 cars. Maya and Zumboard Boy are locked in a fierce duel for second. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap. Base Net was gaining on Senior Flip Flopone 100 in 2020, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. The fight for 4th place is heating up between Bas Nazart Well and Senior Flip Flo 100 2020. Cloudy is making a move, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Platinumera is also on the rise, grabbing 13th place with a similar move. JG Swishman 33 is having a rough time, dropping 6 spots to 14th place. Zachariah TV just overtook someone to take 5th place. Nulavi is right behind, closing in fast. Looks like a tight duel for that 5th spot. Senor Flip Flopone 100 2020 and Amy are nose to nose for 7th place. Cloudy is climbing up to 9th, leaving some behind. Amy is trying to hold her ground in that fierce duel. Nulavi just overtook someone to climb to 5th place. Nulavi and Bas Nazart are nose to nose for 4th. Cloudy is chipping away at Senor Flip Flopone 100 2020's lead, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Nulavi is climbing to 4th place. Platinumera is now in 10th. Looks like Nulavi is on the move. Senor Flip Flopone 2020 is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by a decent chunk. That new Mera is hot on Senior Flip-Flop 100 and 2020's tail, inching closer. Dr. Monkey 13 is making a move on HP Lootcraft, but only just. Some bored boy is driving a 1996 Toyota Celica in Group B. They are currently in third place and seem to be holding a steady pace. That new Mera is climbing to 8th place. Cloudy is closing in on Senior Flip-Flop 100 2020, cutting the gap by 1 second. Nulavi is gaining on some bored boy, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. That new Mera is inching closer to Amy, and they are battling for 7th place. Some bored boy is now in 2nd place. That new Mera has moved up to 8th. Basic Nervo is gaining fast on Maya and closing the gap by 7.7 seconds. Nulavi has moved up 1 spot into 3rd place. Platinumera is closing in on Sakurai TV, cutting the distance by 1.9 seconds. Platinum Mera is catching up to Sakurai TV with a 3.1 second gap. Dr. Monkey 13 and HP Lootcraft are nose to nose for 11th place. Nulavi is gaining on some bored Bowie, closing the gap by over a second. Platinum Mera is also making moves, closing in on Sakurai TV. Cloudy just climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Platinum Mera is climbing up to 6th place. Keruven is advancing to 13th. Nulavi is gaining on some bored Bowie, getting closer by just over a second. Cloudy is closing in on Sakurai TV, cutting the gap by a little more than 2 seconds. Wow! Meg's Boring Life just took the win at Rouen Les Assas. Clearly, they're the one to beat. Well done. Wow, Meg's Boring Life really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations! Looks like they're definitely not boring when it comes to racing. Can't wait to see what they do in the next one. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2017 Norma M30 might have the edge on the Road America circuit. It's built for endurance and agility, making it pretty scary around those turns. The Ligier JSP3 and JSP3 are solid contenders too, with their balance and power, but the Norma's combination of lightweight design and aerodynamic efficiency could give it just the right speed and cornering ability to take the win. The Nissan and Oreca models are good, but they might lack the finesse for that particular layout. And the Zytek? Well, it's a bit older and might struggle to keep up with the more modern machinery in a race like this. Oh wow, what a matchup. The Norma M30 is known for its performance and handling, especially in these kinds of racing scenarios. The Ligier JSP3, while solid and reliable, might have a tougher time keeping up, especially on a track as twisty as Road America. I'd give the edge to Lazy Towner just based on the car and the experience it's likely to bring. But hey, anything can happen when AI is involved. Let's see if the Ligier can pull off a surprise. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Road America with the LME P3 class. Leading the pack is the bot Alwyn Storm in a 2010 Oreca FLM09. Let's see if they can hold on to that pole position, or if the others will catch up. Alwyn Storm has taken the lead right out of the gate. HP Lootcraft is holding strong in second place. Yoda 4000 1840 is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Yoda 4000 1840 and HP Lootcraft are nose to tail for second place. Violetta Mama is climbing 2 spots to fourth. Stankit and Violetta Mama are locked in a fierce fight for fourth. HP Lootcraft just overtook for the lead. Violetta Mama is closing in on the top 3. Amy and Stankit are nose to nose for 5th place. Violetta Mama is climbing up to 2nd place. Yoda 4000 1840 and Alwyn Storm are nose to nose for 3rd. Ixnobodixel is making a move to 18th. Yoda 4000 1840, and Alwyn Storm are nose to nose for 3rd place. Mermuidar is climbing to 6th place. Arlo Coast is making a move up to 7th. Alwyn Storm is inching closer to Violetta Mama, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Stankit and Yoda 4000 1840 are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Arlo Coast and Mermuidar are battling it out for 6th. Wildrino and Amy are nose to tail for 8th place. Mr. Wolf J just gained 1 spot to be 10th. Imbus Platinum and Maya are locked in a close fight for 11th. Mermuidar is climbing up to 5th place. Mr. Wolf J is now in 9th. Shototodoroka 39 is closing in on Imdust Platinum, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. They are battling it out for 12th place. Arlo Coast climbs to 6th place. Mr. Wolf J advances to 8th. Mr. Wolf J and Stankit are neck and neck for 7th. Violetta Mama is slicing through the track, closing in on HP Lootcraft by 2.5 seconds. Amy is climbing up to 8th place. I'm inching closer to 9th, battling it out with Mr. Wolf J. The fight for P9 is heating up. Violetta Mama is now in 1st place. Salmon has moved up to 22nd. Lazy Towner and Imdust Platinum are nose to tail for 12th place. DTKK Bade Serogertz and Basket and Tea are locked in a fierce duel for 23rd. Captain Canadian and Tupizan de Podcast are fighting it out for 26th. Lootcraft and Violetta Mama are neck and neck for the lead. Lazy Towner just gained 1 spot to sit in 12th. Shoto Todoroka 39 also moved up 1 position to 14th. Mermuidar is holding a slim lead over Yoda 4840 for 4th place. Amy and Stankit are still neck and neck for 7th. Lazy Towner and Wildrino are battling it out for 11th. Mermuidar is climbing up to 4th place. Arlo Coast is closing in on Yoda 4840, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. The battle for 5th place is heating up between Arlo Coast and Yoda 4840. Dre 192 Gex is making a move, climbing to 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Someone is also on the rise, now in 19 after a similar surge. Tyler is gaining ground, now in 26 after passing 3 cars. Alwyn Storm and HP Lootcraft are nose to nose for 2nd place. Amy is chipping away at Arlo Coast's lead, closing in by nearly 3 seconds. Stankit is climbing the ladder, now in 8th after a smooth move. Clubbus 3 is closing in on Tyler Drums 31, cutting the gap by 16.2 seconds. Wildrino and Stankit are nose to nose for 8th place. Shota Todoroka 39 and Lazy Towner are locked in a tight fight for 13. Wow, Violetta Mama really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Hey there, Naibi. Welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again. We've got some crazy AI car races happening right now, so buckle up and enjoy the show. Wow, Violetta Mama really pulled off a legendary triple crown. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and overtaking everyone like it's no big deal. That's some serious skill right there. Congratulations! They totally earned that victory crown today. Sure thing. The 1989 Nissan R89C was part of Nissan's Group C race cars and was powered by a twin-turbo V8 engine. Fun fact is, it was actually built with a focus on fuel efficiency and endurance, which was pretty revolutionary for a racing car at the time. It was like the sports car version of saving the best for last, because it could go a long way without needing a pit stop. Heh, it's basically the race car version of that friend who can run all day without breaking a sweat. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your final choices now or forever hold your peace with whatever AI-powered death trap you've picked. Don't say I didn't warn you when your car ends up in the gravel. Wow, what a matchup! The Jaguar XJR9 from 1988 is a classic with its sleek design and racing pedigree. But the Nissan R89C from 1989 is a beast in its own right, especially with its advanced aerodynamics and turbocharged engine. It's like putting a vintage charm against a high-tech missile. Honestly, I'm leaning a little towards the Nissan R89C, just because of that turbocharged power and the slightly more modern tech. But with these AI drivers, anything can happen. It's going to be a close call, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Jaguar pulls a surprise with its agility. Stay tuned, folks. We're about to find out which of these legends takes the checkered flag. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Fort Wayne Road Circuit with Group C. Amy is starting on pole in a classic 1991 Nissan R91 CP. Get ready for some vintage racing action. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Yoda 4840 in second, and Just Pancakes in third. Looks like a tight start already. Gamerboss 72 and Blackbeard are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Bethralane just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Bjorn Art and Bethralane are also fighting hard for 8th. Deluxe Combo is on the rise, now in 22nd place after overtaking 4 cars. Gamerboss 72 is climbing steadily, now in 4th place. Bjorn Art is also moving up, now in 7th. Bjorn Art and Blackbeard are locked in a close fight for 6th. Yasnin 196 and TPPA are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Renkauri just gained 1 spot and is now in 16th. Sirorelia and JD Anburn are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Caffeinated Cars on a roll, climbing up to 16th place after overtaking 14 cars. Jared Plays and Mr. Wolf J are nose-to-nose fighting for 13th place. Ren Kaori and Caffeinated Car are locked in a close duel for 16th place. Caffeinated Car is really feeling the caffeine crash, dropping to 30. Bjorn Art is climbing up to 6th and looks eager to fight for that spot. Blackbeard and Bjorn Art are nose-to-tail for 6th place. No room for mistakes. Bethralane is really having a tough time, dropping to 15. Blackbeard is climbing up to 6th place. Max Beerley is also making moves up to 7th. Chubby Boy RJ is on the move, climbing 8 places to take the 19th position. Naige is dropping back, losing 13 spots to settle at 27. Ren Kaori is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to sit in 14. Deluxe Combo climbs to 19th place. Sirorelia also moves up to 21. Justinet and Sirorelia are nose-to-nose for 21. Maya is closing in on the racer ahead. Looks like a move is imminent. Gamerboss 72 is trying to hold the line, but not making it easy. Max Beerley and Blackbeard are still neck and neck. No clear winner yet. Justinet and Sirorelia are battling hard for 21st. But it's more of a tug of war than a race. Mr. Wolf J is on the move, climbing 4 spots to 7th. Max Beerley is dropping back 6 places to 13th. Official Class Alive is gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to reach 21st. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. The Betty White Show has moved into 13th position, also up 1 spot. Beats with Kev is now in 14th place, climbing 1 spot as well. Justinet is on the move, climbing 9 spots to take the 13th position. Naiba is also making progress, overtaking 3 cars to reach 22nd. Jade Anburn and Niva are nose to tail, battling for 22nd place. Bethrayana is making a move, now in 26th place, after overtaking 3 cars. Maya has climbed to 2nd place, gaining 1 spot. Rediteru Activa Vixen has advanced 2 positions, now in 9th. Naibe is on a roll, climbing 4 places to reach 17. Just Panchakis is inching closer to the top, now in 3rd. Blackbeard is also making moves, grabbing the 4th spot. Wow, Amy, you really took the checkered flag? Congratulations on your win. Wow, Amy really took the lead and left everyone in the dust. Nice job! That was an impressive display of AI driving skills. Looks like Amy's got the edge today. Everyone else better step up their game for the next race. Did you know that the 1983 Porsche 911 930 Turbo was one of the first production cars to have a turbocharged engine, making it a real pioneer in the world of turbocharged sports cars? It was also famously nicknamed the slant nose because of its unique front-end design, which was inspired by Porsche's race cars. It's like the original turbocharged diva of the Porsche family. Alright everyone, get those fingers ready and make your pick before time runs out. If you want to see which car dominates the race, now's your moment to jump in and throw your vote in. Don't make me choose for you, because I might just pick the one with the coolest paint job. Oh, wow! This is a classic showdown. On one side, we have Rondon 69 in a vintage Porsche 911 930 Turbo Do. That car is all about precision and turbocharged charm, perfect for tight turns and quick bursts. On the other side, Aetherplasm is racing the legendary 1987 Ferrari F40, which is known for its raw power and aggressive styling. Given the track is Monaco vintage, with its narrow streets and sharp corners, I'd probably lean toward Rondon 69. The Porsche's nimbleness should give it an edge in those tight, winding sections. But if the Ferrari F40 can manage to unleash its top speed on the long straights, it might just surprise us. Honestly, I think it's a toss-up. But I'd give a slight edge to the Porsche here, because Monaco really tests a driver's ability to handle a car in confined spaces. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Monaco Vintage, and leading the pack is the Hot Bolognese in a 1984 Audi Sport Quattro Do 1. Looks like they've got a solid start, but let's see how the vintage beasts handle this twisty track. Hot Bolognese has taken the lead right out of the gate. Amy is holding strong in second place. H2 Hove is currently in third, trying to keep up. Spikels is climbing up to fourth place. Thomas Moran is making his way to seventh. Jack Cinderbox and Autumn Thunderbird are locked in a close fight for ninth. Jackson Dabox and Autumn Thunderbird are nose to tail for ninth place. Aetherplasm is climbing up one spot to 12th. Joey Pastrami and S.A. Stavin Games are locked in a close fight for 17th. Jackson Dabox is climbing up to 8th place. Dank Nuggins and Aetherplasm are still neck and neck for 12th. Rondon 69 and Dank Nuggins are fighting for 13th. H2O is climbing up to second place. Autumn Thunderbird and Jack Cinderbox are nose to nose for ninth. Aetherplasm is gaining on Mikko Broadcast, closing the gap by a second and a bit. H2 Hove is right behind Hot Bolognese now, just a second apart. Axton Hits has climbed to 7th place. Jack Cinderbox is gaining on Thomas Moran, closing the gap by over a second. H2 Hove is now in first place. Spikeables has climbed to third. Axton Hits is closing in on Jaimais, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. They're battling it out for 6th place. Axton Hits is climbing to 6th place. Thomas Moran is closing the gap on Jaimais by almost 2 seconds. S7 Games is making a move to 14th. Mikko Broadcast is driving a 1987 Porsche 959. They started way back in 12th place and are currently in 9th, so they're making some moves. Looks like a steady climb, but still a long way to catch the leaders. Spikeles is closing in on Hot Bolognese fast, cutting the gap by over a second. Nika Broadcast and Thomas Moran are nose to nose for 8th place. Maya is climbing up to 15th, inching closer to the top 20. Axton Hits is slicing into Queen Manda's lead, now just over a second behind. Nika Broadcast has climbed one spot to 8th place. Nika Broadcast and Jaimais are nose to tail, fighting for 7th. Spikles is climbing to 2nd place. Aetherplasm is advancing to 9th. Aetherplasm and Mikrobroadcast are nose to nose for 8th. Axton Hits is chipping away at Queen Manda's lead, now just 1.7 seconds behind. Dank Nuggins has climbed 1 spot to 13th place. S. Davin Games and Dank Nuggins are nose to nose, fighting for that 13th position. S. Davin Games climbs to 13th place. Joey Pastrami advances to 18th place. Captain Trippy is closing in on Sadamo Jijames, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. They are locked in a tight duel for 19th place. The vintage supercars are all pretty close in speed, but the Monaco track's tight corners are really testing their agility. Overtakes are tricky, so the car class's handling and acceleration are making a big difference. Axton Hits is gaining on Queen Manda, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. They are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Axton Hits is making a move up to 5th place. S. Davin Games is closing in on Autumn Thunderbird, cutting the gap by a second. Maya is climbing to 14th place. Axton Hits is climbing to 4th place. Aetherplasm is making a move to 8th. Thomas Moran is closing in on Nickel Broadcast, chipping away at that gap. Highmise is inching closer to Queen Manda, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Aetherplasm is hot on Highmise's tail, closing in by 1.5 seconds. S. Davin Games has climbed 1 spot to 12. S. Davin Games and Jacksinderbox are locked in a tight duel for 11th. S. Davin Games is now in 11th place. Maya has moved up to 13th. Dank Nuggins is closing the gap on Autumn Thunderbird by 1.2 seconds. Axton Hits is gaining on Hot Bolognese, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Nika Broadcast is narrowing the distance to Aetherplasm by 1 second. S. Davin Games just moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Axton Hits is closing in on Hot Bolognese, cutting the gap by 1 second. Aetherplasm is climbing up 1 spot to 7th place. Maya and Jacksinderbox are locked in a tight duel for 12th. Congratulations to H2 Hove on winning the Monaco Vintage race. Looks like they really know how to steer their way to victory. Well done. Wow! H2 Hove really pulled it off. Congratulations on your win. That was an impressive display of racing skills. Looks like you're the one to beat in this race. Great job! Here's a fun fact for you. Vintage slow cars racing class is like watching a charming parade where everyone is taking their sweet time. It's not about the raw speed but more about the style, the history, and the patience of these classic beauties. Think of it as a gentle stroll compared to a sprint, proving that sometimes the journey is just as entertaining as the finish line. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your picks before it's too late or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI throws at us. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wow, this is a classic showdown. The 1968 Ford Falcon XR GT has that raw American muscle charm. Perfect for some gritty racing, but it might struggle with the tight turns on Shanghai's track. On the other hand, Crandelive's Maserati Merak, being a bit more refined and likely lighter, could have the edge in agility and speed around those corners. I'd say the Maserati might have the upper hand overall, especially with its more aerodynamic design and smoother handling. But hey, who knows? Maybe the old Falcon will surprise us with some unexpected power. I'm leaning towards Crandy given the track and car stats, but this is definitely one to watch. Alright everyone, the vintage slow car race kicks off at Shanghai with Bot Platigami leading the pack in a classic 1973 BMW 2002 Turbo Bot. Let's see if history can boost or bottle this race. Platigami has kicked off in the lead, followed closely by Serpro 3 in second and Aetherplasm in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Strutting Jarl is on a roll, climbing from behind to 10th place. Aetherplasm is making a steady push to second. Story Forge is gaining ground, now 7th after overtaking 2 cars. The Dreamkeeper and Super Siggy are nose-to-nose for 5th place. TPKA just gained a spot and is now in 8th. Pumpkino Flurry and TPKPA are still locked in a close fight for 8th. The Dreamkeeper is climbing up to 5th place. Story Forge is right behind, trying to take 6th. Super Siggy and Story Forge are nose-to-tail for 6th. The Dreamkeeper is inching closer to the top 4. Skozer Ops and the Dreamkeeper are neck and neck for that 4th spot. Surarulia is climbing up to 12. Thirarulia and Pumpkin of Glory are fighting for 11. Skozer Ops and the Dreamkeeper are nose to nose for 4th place. Porty Afro and Rosa Gold Gaming are locked in a fierce fight for the 13th spot. Gandalive is climbing 1 position to 19. Porty Afro is making a move, climbing 4 places to 10. Story Forge is inching up 1 spot to 5th. Yoda 401840 is also gaining ground, moving up 1 to 8. Story Forge and the Dreamkeeper are nose to tail for 4th place. Thirarelia just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. Pumpkin of Glory and Siraria are fighting hard for 12th too. Story Forge just overtook 1 more and is now in 4th place. Super Siggy and Yoda 401840 are still battling for 6th, with Super Siggy holding the edge. Yoda 401840 is trying to find a way around but hasn't made the move yet. Maricus is slicing through the field now in 21st place after overtaking 4 cars. Aethaplasm is holding strong at the front, climbing to 1st place. Their Dreamkeeper is also making moves, now in 4th after gaining 1 spot. Yoda 4840 is now in 4th place, making a nice climb. Strutting Jarl has moved up to 7th, still climbing. Porty Afro is closing the gap on Skozerobs, getting closer by over 2 seconds. Strutting Jarl is gaining on Story Forge, closing the gap by a little over a second. Porty Afro is climbing up to 9th place. Roger Bear 302 is making a move, now in 12th. Yoda 401840 is climbing up to 3rd place. Sepro3 and Yoda 4840 are nose to nose for that same spot. Porty Afro is chipping away at Super Siggy's lead, closing in by 1.2 seconds. Yoda 401840 is gaining on Platigami, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Negutsu is narrowing in on Cyrelia, cutting the distance by 1.7 seconds. Kalmitwi is climbing up 1 spot to take 19th place. Prodigy Place 58 is climbing to 13th place. Pumpkin of Glory is closing in on Maricus, cutting the gap by 1 second. Lotus Sauce is moving up to 20th place. Yoda 401840 is now in 2nd place. Story Forge has moved into 6th. Prodigy Place 58 is gaining on Murgutsu, closing the gap by over a second. Sirarelia is closing in on Skozerobs, chipping away at the gap by nearly 7 seconds. Strutting Jarl just climbed 1 spot to sit in 6th, and now he's in a fierce duel with the Dreamkeeper for that same position. Story Forge is closing in on Sepro3, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Negutsu is climbing up 1 spot to 11. Prodigy place 58 is also moving up one spot to 12. Yoda 401840 has taken the lead, now in first place. Story Forge is closing the gap on Sir Pro 3, but still a bit behind. Boy Afro is climbing up to 8th place, making a move. Cirarelia just overtook someone to move up to 12th place. Prodigy place 58 and Cirarelia are nose-to-nose for 12. Calm Etui and Roger Bar 302 are neck and neck for 14. Story Forge and Saprothri are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Nigutsu is gaining on Skozarabs, closing the gap by over a second. Nericus is hot on Calmet with heels, chipping away at the distance by almost a second and a half. Story Forge is climbing up to 4th place. Prodigy place 58 is advancing to 12. Cirarelia and Prodigy place 58 are nose-to-nose for the 12th spot. Story Forge is closing in on Platigami, cutting the gap by 1 second. Strutting Jarl is climbing up to 5th place. Sir Pro 3 and Strutting Jarl are nose-to-nose for 5th. Calm Netui and Prodigy place 58 are nose-to-tail for 13. Lotusas just gained 1 spot and is now in 15. Roger Bear 302 and Lotusos are fighting hard for the same spot. Story Forge is closing in on Platigami, chipping away at the gap by 1.6 seconds. Kalmetwi is climbing up 1 spot to 13th place. Lotusos is narrowing the distance to Prodigy place 58 by 1.7 seconds. Wow! Yoda 4840 took the top spot. Looks like they were faster than everyone else. Well done! Wow, big congrats to Yoda 4840 for taking the victory. That was an impressive win. And a special shout out for setting the fastest lap too. They totally earned that vintage Falcon. And congratulations to Amy for winning the bet race, claiming the 1968 Ford Falcon X RGT. Sounds like a solid choice. Looks like both of you are taking home some classic wheels today. Here's a fun fact for you. The Brands Hatch Indy track is actually a shorter version of the full circuit and was originally built for sprint and short racing events. It's known for its tight turns and technical corners, which make it a real challenge for drivers and a thrill for spectators. So basically, it's the perfect place to see some adrenaline-pumping action without the long laps. Alright, so we've got Amundsen in a 2010 Orica FLM 09 and Yoda 4840 in a 2017 Norma M30. Racing on Brands Hatch Indy. Both cars have their charm, but the Norma M30 is known for its agility and modern design, which could give Yoda 4840 a bit of an edge around this tight and technical circuit. The Orica FLM 09, while reliable and powerful, is a little older and might not have the same precision through these corners. I'd say Yoda 4840 has a slight advantage here, but it's all about execution on race day. Let's see who can tame the track better. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Brands Hatch Indy, with Bob McCullough on pole in the LMP3 class, driving a vintage 2016 ADS-03 Nissan. Let's see if this old-timer can hold its ground, or if the newer rivals will leave it in the dust. McCullough has taken an early lead, with Amy right behind in second place. I'm holding strong in third, but it's still very close at the front. Dairoc Official and Amundsen are nose to tail for 5th place. Cloud Surfer 69 is climbing up to 10th place. Red Panda Menanti 4 and Cloud Surfer 69 are fighting hard for 10th. Laguna Miracles is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 13th place. Amundsen has gained 1 spot, now in 4th. Gekrish also moved up 1 spot, sitting in 6th. Necrophantasm is climbing to 13th place. Kyosify and Geogai Numericals are nose-to-nose for 14. Kingroot is driving a 2015 Porsche 718 Cayman GT 4 They are currently in 9th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. Nistek is driving a 2014 Lotus Evora GX GT4. Looks like they're stuck in 16th place. Probably just trying to keep it steady and avoid any drama. Amin-san just sneaked into 3rd place. Ice is climbing up to 10th. Kyosify and Geogai Numericals are nose-to-nose for 14th. Cloud Surfer 69 is climbing up to 11th place. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Cloud Surfer 69 are nose-to-nose for the 11th spot. Wrestling 567 is advancing to 15th place. Amin-san is making the move with the fastest lap, but he's still 4 places behind Makokaos. He's got potential to shake things up if he keeps this pace. Yoda 401840 is climbing to 4th place. Geogai Numericals is gaining on Necrophantasm, closing the gap by over a second. The two are battling hard for the 13th spot. Makokao is trying to hold off Amy for the lead. Necrophantasm just climbed 1 spot, now in the 12th place. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Necrophantasm are nose-to-nose for 12th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Kish is closing in on the top 5. Chubby Boy RJ is making a move to climb a spot. Amy is still leading, but the pack is catching up. Chubby Boy RJ is driving a 2010 Oreca FL M09. They're currently in 8th place with the fastest lap just shy of 45 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise. Chubby Boy RJ is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Necrophantasm has moved up to 11th place, also gaining 1 spot. Chubby Boy RJ and Krichki are nose to tail for 5th place. Dairook Official just gained 1 spot to sit in 7th. And now, Maya and Dairook Official are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Mahokaos just snatched the lead from nowhere. Amin-san is right behind, inching closer. Yoda 4840 is making a move, climbing into the top 3. Things are heating up at the front. Amy just made a smooth move to take the lead. Amin-san is trying to keep up, but Amy is holding her ground. Necrophantasm and Cloud Surfer 69 are nose to tail. Looks like they're in a photo finish for 10th. Congratulations to Makokaos for winning the race. Clearly, they know how to leave the rest in the dust. Well done. Wow, Mahokaos really swept the race. Congratulations on the win. You drove like a champion. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a car. Amin-san, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get a 2010 Orica FLM09. Nice work. And Yoda 4840. You won the bet race, so you get a 2017 Norma M30. Great job to both of you. Keep racing those AI cars and maybe you'll be the next to claim a prize. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down to pick your favorite car. If you haven't made your choice yet, now is definitely the time. Don't miss out on the chance to see your preferred vehicle race to the finish line. Get those selections in before it's too late. Welcome back, Deplorably Apple. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI racing action. Hope you're ready for some virtual adrenaline? Wow, what a matchup! On one side, we have Styler 21, with a 2006 Lada Revolution RS2, which is definitely a throwback, and probably a sleeper. On the other, me in a 2003 Palmer Jaguar JP1, a car that sounds fancy but might be a little long in the tooth. Given the car's ages and styles, I'd say the Lada might have a bit of an edge if it's being maintained well because it's a newer model. And maybe it's got some tricks up its sleeve. But the Jaguar has that classic flair, and maybe a little more comfort on the long tricky streets of Long Beach. Honestly, it's a toss-up because AI can be unpredictable. If the Lada can handle those sharp turns and tight corners, it might just surprise everyone. But if the Jaguar's cruising ability kicks in, I might have a slight advantage. Either way, I'm betting on a close race. Who do you think has the edge? Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Long Beach, and leading the pack is the Ultralights class car, a 1996 Osella PA20 BMW, starting on pole. Let's see if it can hold that spot or if the AI has other plans. Kyroscope has taken an early lead, with Amy right behind in second place. Runner Rampage is holding on to third, but expects some early moves soon. Runner Rampage just overtook someone, and is now in second place. Amy and Runner Rampage are nose-to-nose for second. Tyler and Styler 21 are swapping positions in the fight for fifth. Deplorably is now in ninth place. Amy has just overtaken someone to move into second. I am climbing up to seventh place. Deplorably Apple climbs one spot to eighth place. Orange Funk and Deplorably Apple are nose-to-nose for that position. Tessitur advances 2 spots to 14th. Lux Ravenous is now in third place, climbing 1 spot. Runner Rampage and Lux Ravenous are nose-to-tail fighting for third. Yoda 1840 has gained 2 positions and is now in 8th. Yoda 401840 is climbing up to 7th place. Linlilac and Zacitur are nose-to-nose for 14th. Silhouette is gaining on Door Rogue, closing the gap by a second and a half. They are battling for 17th. Maya is closing in on the pack, gaining ground. Rana Rampage and Lux Ravenous are still nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Daragos is making a move, climbing to 12. Rana Rampage is climbing fast into 2nd place. Yoda 401840 is also making moves, now in 6th. Tyler and Yoda 401840 are nose-to-nose, battling for 6th. Lux Ravenous is climbing to 2nd place. Minami Stylo 21 is closing in on Kyroscope, cutting the gap by a second and a half. The two are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Minami Stylo 21 just overtook someone to move into 4th place. He's closing the gap on Rana Rampage and Minami Stylo 21, and Rana Rampage are still neck and neck for 3rd. Door Rogue and Zacitur are battling hard for 16th. Looks like a close fight there. Kyroscope is really closing the gap on Minami Stylo 21, slicing it down by 1.3 seconds. Silhouette just moved up 1 spot to 14. Door Rogue and Zacitur are nose-to-nose for 16. Yoda 401840 is closing in on Kyroscope, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Deplorably Apple is climbing 1 spot to 8th place. Door Rogue is also moving up 1 spot to 16th place. Yoda 4840 is climbing to 5th place. Mr. Rush is narrowing the gap to Orange Funk by 2:30 seconds. Then Lilac is advancing to 12th place. Trifonanity 3 is gaining on Silhouette, closing the gap to just a blink. Wanga Tank 7272 is hot on Rub Swizzle's tail, closing in fast. Lin Lilac is climbing up to 11th place. Derrigaz is making a move to 12th place. Silhouette is advancing to 13th place. Nina Mai Styla 21 is climbing up to 3rd place. Ronnie Rampage and Minami Styla 21 are nose-to-nose for that 3rd spot. Sasatura is making a move to 16th. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to 7th place. Door Rogue is making a move to 14th. Amy's holding a solid lead and just set the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Yoda 4840 is climbing to 3rd place. Tyler and Deplorably Apple are neck and neck for 7th. Orange Funk is advancing to 9th. Door Rogue is gaining on Silhouette, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Rob Swizzle and Zacitur are locked in a fierce fight for 16th place. Deplorable Apple is driving a 1996 Osella P, a 21 Honda, starting from the 10th position. They're currently in 8th place, just behind the leaders, but still fighting to move up. Looks like they're holding steady but need to pick up the pace to catch the front runners. Orange Funk is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 5th place. Silhouette is making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 10th. My Name Style 21 is inching up 1 spot to 3rd. Wow, Amy, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Now you can finally relax and enjoy the victory lap. Wow, Amy. That was an incredible victory. Congratulations. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. And not only did you win, but you also snagged the fastest lap. Well, and you can now claim a 2019 Radical SR3 in ultralight. Nice choice. Alright folks, you better hurry up if you want your favorite car to make the cut. The clock is ticking down faster than a race car hitting top speed. Don't miss out on the chance to see your pick dominate the track. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability. Baskerville is a tricky mix of fast curves and tight turns, so a car that can stick to the road and stay agile would really shine here. Top speed is nice, but being able to maneuver through those twists without losing control is what makes or breaks a good race car on this track. Alright, so we've got Spearlike Hill in the Williams FW20, and Sour Savage in the Minardi M198, both from 1998. Now, the Williams was definitely the faster car that year, often battling for podiums, while the Minardi was more of an underdog, usually hanging out at the back of the grid. Given the car choices, I'd say Spearlike Hill has the upper hand here. The Williams was built to be competitive, and unless there's some kind of AI miracle, I'd put my money on Spearlike Hill to take this one. But hey, surprises do happen even in AI races, so let's see what the race has in store. Alright folks, the race is underway at Baskerville, and right now the pole sitter is the bot Spear-like Hail, flying in a classic 1998 Williams FW20. Looks like the old school charm is leading the pack, for now. Spear-like Hail has shot to the front, leading the race. Enavera Savage is holding strong in second, while Blackbeard is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Blackbeard just overtook someone to take second place. Rogue and I are still neck and neck for 7th. Asuri is also climbing up to 10th. Blackbeard takes the lead and is now in first place. NNS and Air Savage moves up 1 spot to second. Spear-like Hail is right behind, battling hard for second place. Looks like a close fight for the podium. Spear-like Hail is now in second place. Amy has climbed to 4th. Rogue is up to 6th. The race is heating up. Nonstop is climbing up to 4th place. Rogue is now in 5th. Rosie Goldaming has moved into 6th. Looks like they're all on the move. Maya is on the move, climbing up to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is dropping back, now in 17th after losing 10 positions. Rosigol Gaming and Rogue are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Rosigol Gaming is climbing to 6th place. Henfatic is now in 11th. Ovidos has moved up to 13th. Spear-like Hail is closing in on Blackbeard, cutting the gap by almost 4 seconds. Neshtek has climbed up to 3rd place. Henfatic has moved up 2 spots to 9. Buchitsero is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 13. Senor Savage is having a rough patch, dropping 10 places to 14. Neshtek is making a move, advancing 1 spot to 2nd. Amy is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 14th place. Henfatic has gained 1 spot, now sitting in 8th. Asuaroni and Henfatic are nose to tail, fighting for 8th place. Amy is currently in last place with a time of 99 minutes and 99.99 seconds, which suggests she's not really racing at the moment. Neshtek is driving a 1998 Prosta P01 and is currently in 2nd place. Their fastest lap is a solid 50.482. Indicating they're pushing hard. Looks like they're in a good position to challenge for the lead. That's Altis Arena is now in 10th place, closing in on that tight battle for 9th. Ovidos is just behind in 11th. Mayor Pinkwolf has advanced to 14th, but the pack is still hot on his tail. Congratulations to Blackbeard for winning the race. Looks like they sailed straight to the finish line. Wow! Congratulations to Blackbeard for taking the victory. That was an impressive display of skill and determination. Well done! And a big shout out to Naiba for racking up the most overtakes. You've earned yourself a 1998 Prosta P01 from F1 1998. Enjoy cruising around in that classic beauty. Sure thing. A fun fact about the Trazador International de Puebla track is that it's got a mix of both high-speed straights and tight corners, making it a real test for both car and driver. It's like the track is saying, hey, you think you're good at going fast? Let's see how you handle the tricky turns too. Plus, it's known for its smooth surface, which makes for some pretty impressive racing moments. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your last chance. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI driver takes the crown. Get those choices in before it's too late. Oh wow, this is like a classic car showdown straight out of a vintage movie. Thomas Moran in that massive 1949 Cadillac is going to have some serious weight on his side, but might struggle with agility. Meanwhile, it's Sarrar in the 1962 Lincoln has a sleek, stylish edge, and should handle the curves a bit better. Honestly, I'd put my money on the Lincoln for a smoother ride and better maneuverability, but don't count out the Cadillac just yet. It's like a David and Goliath story but with cars. Who do you think will come out on top? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Puebla with Bot Squat Bender on pole in a classic 1964 Austin Mini Cooper, as things are about to get interesting, with these vintage street cars tearing up the track. Squat Bender is leading the race right now, followed closely by Spikepose in second place. Jay Buagi is holding on to third, but the pack is already closing in. Story Forge is making a move and now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Helskank has gained 1 spot and is now in 3rd. Deonklayusho is climbing 2 spots and is now in 4th. Chizindashauer just sliced through the field to reach 27th place. Hellskank and Spikeballs are nose-to-nose for second. Global's Exil nudges up to 5th place, climbing steadily. Gesteron 33 796 is on a roll, climbing up to 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hellskank is making a move to 2nd place, inching closer to the front. Imus Gordon is also gaining ground, now in 9th after a single overtake. Imus Gordon is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Cheese and Dash Hour is making a strong push, now in 24th. Hellskank is closing in on Squatbender, cutting the gap by a second. Globalthe is climbing to 4th place. Borzo is now in 8th. Storyforge has moved up to 10th. Borzo is making a move up to 7th place. Storyforge is chipping away at Daragoz's lead, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Unknown Tactics is hot on Thomas Moran's tail, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Imus Gordon is climbing up to 5th place. Borzo is closing in on Spikeballs, the gap shrinking by nearly 2 seconds. Storyforge is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 8th. Daragos is climbing to 10th place. Bjornart is now in 14th. Sasator has moved up to 16th. The race is heating up. Maya is climbing fast, now in 22nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Imus Gordon is closing in on Global's Elsol, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Thomas Moran is gaining on Gesterone 133,796, shrinking the distance by 2.7 seconds. Blinshakot 21 is on a roll, moving up 3 places to 15. Storyforge is closing in on Fuzo, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Yesteron 133,796 is gaining on Daragaz, closing the distance by 2.5 seconds. Borzo is climbing up to 6th place. Daragaz is now 9th. Yesteron 133,796 has moved into 10th. Storyforge is climbing to 7th place. Its Soror is closing the gap on Jebu Ugi, now just over a second behind. Bjornart is moving up to 13. Hellskank and Squatbender are nose to tail for 1st place. Imus Gordon is closing in on Global's Exil, chipping away at the gap by 130 seconds. Riswachin Gyorius climbed 1 spot to 18. Yesteron 33,796 just climbed to 9th place. Its Soror moved up to 11. Yon Art and Jebuogi are nose to nose for 12. Hellskank just overtook and is now in 1st place. Squatbender is right behind, not giving up easily. Imus Gordon is closing in on Global's L, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Yesterone 33,796 is really closing the gap on Spikeballs. Now just 1.8 seconds behind. Clearly Gaming has gained one spot and is now in the 19th place. Looks like Maya and Clearly Gaming are about to turn this into a real nail-biter for the 19th position. Bozzo is gaining on Emma Gordon, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Yesterone 133,796 is catching up to Spikeballs, also reducing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Linchicot 21 is climbing 2 spots and is now in 11th place. Wow, Squat Bender, you really sprinted your way to victory. Nice job leaving everyone in the dust. Wow, Hellskank really pulled off an impressive win there. Congrats to them. They definitely earned that victory. Looks like all that practice paid off. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1937 Auto Union Type C. It's got that classic aerodynamic look, and a reputation for being a real speedster back in the day. The circuit has those tight corners and straightaways that could really suit the Type C's lightweight design and powerful engine. The others are all incredible machines too, but I think the Type C might have a slight edge in handling and speed overall, especially on a track like Cleveland's. Hey Gilded Sarcophagi, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI racing. Buckle up and enjoy the ride. Hey everyone! If you're interested in grabbing some awesome shirts and other merch, just type !merch in chat, and our friendly bot will hook you up with the link. Don't miss out on showing off your support and looking stylish at the same time. Hey everyone, just a quick heads up if you're curious about how this whole AI car race works. You can check out the complete instructions by typing !full guide in chat. It's the best way to get all the details and make sure you don't miss anything. So go ahead, give it a try. Welcome back, Eliasits988. Glad to see you return to the racing chaos. Hope you're ready for some high-speed virtual fun. Hey there, lurkers. Welcome to the stream. We're actually watching race cars driven by artificial intelligence, so no humans behind the wheel here. This entire stream is fully automated, which means these cars are racing on their own without any real drivers. Sit back and enjoy the chaos as AI takes the wheel and tries to outpace each other. Feel free to hang out and see which car comes out on top in this totally robot-powered race. Hey there, Eliasx988. Welcome back to the chaos of our AI car racing adventure. Glad you could join us again for some high-octane fun. Hey everyone, if you feel like showing some extra support, you can subscribe to the Patreon. It doesn't come with many rewards, but it's a nice way to toss a little extra love my way if you're feeling generous. No pressure at all, just throwing it out there. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move before the countdown runs out. Don't let your favorite slip away because you were too slow. Get those choices in and let's see which virtual beast dominates the track. Wow, what a matchup! On one side we have a car 77 with that vintage Auto Union Type D. A real classic racing machine with some serious history behind it. On the other side, LXLXS, with a 1938 Maserati 8CTF, also a legendary car from its era. Given the vintage nature of both cars, it's going to come down to the handling and overall performance at the Cleveland Grand Prix. The Auto Union Type D was known for its incredible acceleration and agility, especially in racing conditions of that time. But the Maserati 8CTF had a reputation for top speed and stability on straight. Honestly, I'd lean slightly towards ECA 77's Auto Union, because it has a reputation for being a bit more nimble and quick in tight corners. But in a straight line the Maserati might have an edge. So, if I had to make a call, I'd say ECA 77 with the Auto Union might just edge out LXHX in this race. But either way, it's going to be a nostalgic and exciting ride. Alright everyone, a big thanks to Amy for the race request. The cars are revving up at the Cleveland Grand Prix track. Leading the pack is the 1937 Auto Union Type C, driving in the Grand Prix 1930 class, and it's starting on pole. Let's see if it can hold that lead. Shotskis has taken an early lead, holding the top spot. Nonstop 202 is right behind in second place, and ECA 77 is in third, trying to keep up. The pack is already starting to spread out a bit. Dr. Monkey 13th is on the move, climbing to 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Schmerzenlive is making a strong push, moving up 4 spots to 20. Junganse Stort Vu 102 and Shotskis are locked in a fierce duel for the top spot. Yaki Ramen is climbing up to 7th place. Gilded Akufagi and Yaki Ramen are nose to nose for that spot. Rinok T4 is sneaking into 12th place. ECA 77 and ZUKHXT are neck and neck for third place. Gilded Sarcophagy just gained 1 spot and is now 7. Dr. Monkey 13 and Yakaraman are fighting hard for 8. Wrestling 567 and Potsors are locked in a tight fight for 15th place. Eliasix 988 just gained 1 spot to move into 17. U20 plays also gained 1 position, now in 26th. Dr. Monkey 13 is now in 8th place. Renok T4 has climbed to 10th. Cherofikitten is now in 11th. The race is heating up. Yonat and Ika 77 are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Amy is climbing to 12th. Wrestling 567 is inching into 16th. Akar 77 just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Alex Shell X and Ikar 77 are nose to tail for 3rd position. Maya and Bjorn Art are locked in a close fight for 5th. Maya is closing in on the top 3. Renok T4 and Yakaraman are nose to nose for 9th place. Pat Swords is creeping up to 16th. Cloudy and Amy are nose to tail for 12th place. Eliasesk has gained a spot and is now in 16th. Wrestling 567 and Eliasesk are also fighting hard for 16th. Dr. Monkey 13 is in 8th place and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely making a move. Keep an eye on him if he can keep that pace up. Ikar 77 and Yongan Store 202 are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Team Tinatea and Wrestling 567 are locked in a close fight for 17. Nonstop just gained a spot and is now in 25th. Eliasix 988 and Team Tinatea are nose to tail for 18th place. Naiba and Schmerzenlev are locked in a close fight for 20th. Wanga Tang 7272 and Naibi are battling hard for 21st spot. Gilded Sarcophagi just nudged up to 6th place. Gilded Sarcophagi and LXEL Chichiex are nose to nose for 5th. Bjorn Art and Gilded Sarcophagi are also fighting for 6th. Things are getting crowded up front. Gilded Sarcophagi is really having a rough time dropping to 27th place. Bjorn Art is climbing steadily, now in 6th. Bjorn Art and LXE XJX and Atid are nose to nose, fighting for 5th place. Bjorn Art is climbing up to 5th place. Dr. Monkey 13 and LXE XJX are nose to nose for 6th. Team Tinatea and Wrestling 567 are fighting it out for 17th. Renok T4 and Yakaraman are nose to nose for 8th place. Patsorts is chipping away at LSS 988's lead, closing in by a second. 1. Naibe is climbing up to 17th, overtaking 1 car. Naba and Wrestling 567 are locked in a fierce fight for 16th. Maya and Akar 77 are nose to tail for 3rd place. Renok T4 is climbing up to 8th. Patsorts is making a move to 14. Maya is closing in on Akar 77. Looks like a move might be coming soon. Patsorts and Claudia nose to tail for 12th place. No room for mistakes there. Patsorts is climbing fast, now in 11th place. Looks like Amy and Patsorts are nose to tail for 11th. Team Tanatea and Wrestling 567 are also close, fighting for 18th. Patsorts is really having a rough time, falling back 9 spots to 20. A77 and Yungan Store 202 are locked in a close fight for 2nd place. Cloudy is climbing up the ranks, moving 2 spots forward to 11. Patsorts is on a tear, overtaking 19 cars to claim the lead. Akar 77 is having a rough time, dropping 8 places to 11. Schmerzen Leave is closing in fast on Wongatang 7272, cutting the gap by over 12 seconds. Naibe is making a move, climbing 4 spots to 13. Shotskis is holding on to the lead, 1 step ahead. Yungan Stort 202 is also climbing, now in 2nd place. Akar 77 and Amy are neck and neck for 11th place. Bangatang 272 is closing in on Team Tinatia, shrinking the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Nestic is climbing 2 spots to take 21st. Renog T4 and Dr. Monkey 13 are nose to tail for 6th place. Naiba and Akar 77 are locked in a close fight for 12th. Eliasesk is climbing up 1 spot to 14th. Naibe is on a roll, overtaking 6 cars to claim 7th place. Renok T4 is climbing 1 spot to sit in 6th. Wangatang 272 is also moving up, advancing 1 position to 19th. Naiba is on a roll, overtaking 6 cars to take the lead. Shotskis and Naiba are nose to nose for 1st place. Unstabil is climbing steadily, moving up 1 spot to 22nd. Terrifikitten is climbing fast, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Shotskis is inching closer to the top, now in 1st place. Yungan Storted Wunshu is also moving up, now in 2nd, just behind Shotskis. Those two are locked in a tight battle for the lead. Yakiraman just sneaked into 8th place. Schmerzenlies is closing in on the top 20. Unstabil is inching closer to the top 20 as well. Ninstek is gaining on Wangatan 7272, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Patsorts has climbed 1 spot and is now in 24th place. The track seems to favor the Auto Union cars with the top 3 fastest laps. But the Mercedes-Benz W125s are holding their own. Overtaking might be tricky on this tight circuit. Team Tanatea is running a Maserati 8 CTF, and currently in the last few positions. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Neither is closing in on Team Tanatea rapidly, cutting the gap by 10 seconds. Car 77 has moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Wanga Tangsi of until 72 is also climbing, now in 17th place. Yungjan Surster 2 and 2, and Shotskis are nose to nose for the lead. U20 plays is chipping away at Unstabile's cushion, now just 144 seconds behind. Adanut 44 is climbing up to 21st, making moves through the pack. Yongjan Stardville 2-2, and Shotskis are neck and neck for the lead. Terufakitten is closing in on Dr. Monkey 13, closing the gap by a second and a half. Schmerzenleid is climbing up to 15th place, making moves. Maya is now just a second behind Yungen Store 202. Yakiramen has climbed to 7th place. Terufakitten and Yakiramen are nose to nose for 7. Terufakitten is climbing nicely to 7th place. Amy is making a move up to 10th. Eliasesk is inching closer to the top 12. Eliasix 988 is closing in on Eliasix 988, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Patswords is climbing 1 spot to take 22nd place. Wrestling 567 is also moving up 1 spot to 23rd. Wangatang 7272 is racing in 1937. Mercedes-Benz W125, and is currently in the 18th place. Their lap time is quite slow at nearly 125. Their race looks like a struggle to keep up with the leaders. Eliasesk is making a charge up to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Terufakitten is climbing to 6th place, gaining 1 spot. Diane Alexei It's is also on the move, grabbing 7th place after moving up 2 spots. Adanut 44 is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 17. Epic Sugar is also making progress, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 18. Cloudy is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 9. Renok T4 and Bjorn Art are nose to tail for 4th place. Ikar 77 and Eliasesk are locked in a close fight for 10th. Schmerzenlev is chipping away at Ikar 77's rear bumper, closing the gap by a second and a half. Renok T4 and Bjorn Art are nose to tail for 4th place. Ikari 77 has gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Ninastek has also moved up 1 spot into 14th. Wanga Tank 7 272, and Elias 98 are neck and neck for 15th place. Gilded Sarcophagi is chipping away at U20 place, closing the gap by a second and a half. Amy is closing in on LXHLXNT, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Wangda Tang 7272 is climbing one spot to take 15th place. Iliazix 988 and Wangda Tang 7272 are locked in a tight fight for 15th. Ikar 77 is climbing to 9th place. Mistake is gaining on Elias S 988, closing the gap by over a second. Adonut 44 is also inching closer to Elias X 988, matching Mstek's pace. Cloudy advances to 9th place. Elias moves up to 10th. Elias X 988 climbs 2 spots to 11th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Amy is closing in on LXEXLXNT, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Adonut 44 has climbed 1 spot to 15th. Epic Sugar has gained 2 spots to 16th. Team Tinatia is closing in on Schmerz and Light, now just under 7 seconds behind. Nistek is gaining on Elias at 98, closing the gap by a second and a half. Dr. Monkey 13 has moved up 1 spot to take the 17th position. Unstabel is climbing up to 25th place. Gilded Sarcophagi just nudged into 26th. Looks like a little race for the back markers. Dr. Monkey 13 is gaining on Epic Sugar, closing the gap by a second and a half. Naiba is climbing up to 26th place, just 1 spot ahead. Iliasesk is climbing up to 9th place. Kudi and Iliasesk are nose to nose for that spot. Ikar 77 is making a move, now in 20th. Team Tinatea is driving a Maserati 8CTF and currently in the 19th place. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Maya is currently in 7th place trying to hold off Amy and LXXXT. U20 Plays is closing in on Team Tinadia, cutting the gap down by almost 4 seconds. Amy just moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Iliasesk is closing in on LXAXT, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. U20 Play is gaining on Team Tinatia, closing the distance by 1 second. Iliasesk is climbing to 8th place. Cloudy is now 9th. Iliasix 988 is in 10th. Looks like the pack is shifting nicely. Mystic and Elias 988 are neck and neck for 10th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is climbing up to 15th. Yaki Ramen is also making a move, now in 18th. Ikar 77 is climbing to the 18th place. Wrestling 567 is making a move to the 19th. Hot Swords is closing in on Wrestling 567, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Hot Swords is on a roll, climbing 11 spots to take the 9th place. Maya just gained 1 position, now in 2nd. Nonstop and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for that 2nd spot. Nonstop 202 is climbing up to 2nd place. Bjorn Art is getting closer to Maya and has cut the gap by over a second. Cloudy is now in 10th place. Maya and Nonstop 2 are neck and neck for 2nd place. Amy is closing in on Cherokee Kitten, cutting the gap by over a second. Elias X988 is climbing up to 14th position. Dr. Monkey 13 and Epic Sugar are nose to nose for 15th place. Schmerzenlev is inching closer to Wrestling 567, closing the gap by a second and a third. Alex AX is climbing up to 21st, grabbing a spot. Maya just overtook for 2nd place. Looks like the top spot is within reach. Amy is chipping away at Cherokee Kitten's lead, closing in by over 2 seconds. Elias is hot on Amy's tail now, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Dr. Monkey 13 is gaining on Elias X988, closing the gap by over a second. Ikar 77 is also making moves on Yakiraman, inching closer by a little over a second. Nestek and Cloudy are neck and neck for 9th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is closing in on Elias X98, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Ikar 77 is catching up to Yak around it, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Elias X988 and Nestek are locked in a tight fight for 10th place. U20 Plays is closing in on Team Tanetia, shrinking the gap by just over a second. Elias X98 has moved up to 10th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is closing in, now just 1.7 seconds behind. Unstabil is also gaining on U20 Place, narrowing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Elias X98 and Cloudy are neck and neck for 9th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is making a move up 1 spot to take 14th. Elias X98 and Dr. Monkey 13 are now fighting for 14th. Nestek and Elias X98 are nose to nose for 10th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is chipping away at Adanut 44's lead, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Schmerzenleid is climbing up to 19th, making the move. Rinuk T4 is driving an Auto Union Type C, starting 11. They're currently in 5th place, with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 23 seconds, and 25 milliseconds. Looks like they're making some progress. Dr. Monkey 13 is gaining on Adanut 44, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Unstabil is right behind U20 plays, looking for a way past. Maya is gaining on Shotskis, closing the gap to just under a second. Yaki Ramen is catching Epic Sugar, closing the distance by a little over a second. Maya and Shotskis are neck and neck for the lead. Yaki Ramen just gained one spot and is now in 16th. Dr. Monkey 13 is in third but has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for a late surge. Maya and Shotskis are nose to nose for first place. Ika 77 is chopping down the distance to Epic Sugar, now just over a second behind. Cherofakitten is racing a 1937 Auto Union Type C, and currently in 7th place. Their fastest lap is 1:23.69, which is pretty competitive but not quite enough to catch the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but might need a little more spice to move up. Cloudy's driving a Mercedes-Benz W125, starting from the 13th position. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 24.352. But they seem to be struggling a bit. Currently in 10th place. Looks like they're trying to make moves but haven't quite cracked the top 5 yet. Wangatang 7272 is climbing up to 11th place. Adonut 44 is right behind Mestek now, just a second and a half away. Yaki Ramen is hot on Elias X988's tail, closing in by the same margin. LXAXX is driving a Maserati 8 CTF, which is known for its impressive straight-line speed. They're currently in 4th place, holding a strong position and running a quick lap time of 1 minute, 22 seconds, and 8 tenths. Looks like they're making good progress. Unstabil is really on the prowl, closing in on U20 plays with a 6.9 second gap. Cherofakitten just snuck into 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Tidy Amy is gaining on Renault T4, chipping away at that 1 second gap. Maya takes the lead, now in 1st place. Bjorn Art climbs to 3rd. Cherofakitten is closing in on Jungenstord 102, shrinking the gap by over a second. Dr. Monkey 13 and Mestek are nose to nose for 12th place. Iker 77 is chipping away at Elias X98, now just 1.9 seconds behind. Wrestling 567 is closing the gap on Schmerzen Live, now only 1 second apart. Dr. Monkey 13 is now in 12th place. Yaki Ramen is gaining on Adonut 44. Ikara 77 is inching closer to Elias X988. Ilyas X98 is driving an Auto Union Type C, starting from the 14th position. They're currently in 16th place, with a best lap time of 1:24.385. Looks like a steady climb, but still some room to improve. Team Tinatea is driving a 1938 Maserati 8 CT. They're currently in the 22nd position, trailing quite a bit, but still hanging in there with a decent lap time. Maya is leading the race in a 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125 with a fastest lap of 1:23.097. The car is known for its speed and agility, and she's holding a comfortable lead. Looks like she's in control so far. Wow, Maya, you really left everyone in the dust. Congratulations on your win. You must be thrilled. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced the competition there. Nice job winning the race. You're officially the queen of the digital racetrack. I hope you're celebrating with some virtual champagne, or maybe just a really dramatic victory dance. Well done. Sure thing. Did you know that the Autosport Speedway short track is famous for its tricky turns that make even the most skilled drivers look like they're learning to drive for the first time? It's basically a playground for the cars to do some serious dance moves. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down fast. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car will dominate the race. Get those choices in before it's too late. Wow, what a matchup. On one side we have Maya in a mammoth of a car, the 1998 Mercedes-Benz CLK GTR GT1. That beast is built for speed, with a sleek design and serious power under the hood. It's like bringing a tank to a dance party. On the other side, Jimigatat is steering a 1997 Lotus Elise GT1, which is much smaller and more agile. It's a lightweight little rocket, perfect for zipping around corners but maybe struggling to keep up on the straights. Given the cars, I'd say Maya's Mercedes has the edge in outright speed and stability, especially on a short track, where raw power can really shine. The Lotus might be fun and nimble, but I don't see it matching the brute force of the Mercedes in this race. So I'd put my money on Maya to take the win. But hey, you never know with AI racing. Anything can happen. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Autosport Speedway short track, and look at that. The GT1 class car, a classic 1998 Mercedes-Benz CLK GT1, is starting on pole position. Talk about a throwback leading the pack. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by MX Agarax in second and DJ Magachat in third. Looks like Maya is trying to set the pace early on. GamerBoss72 is climbing fast, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 4th. Amy and DJ Megacat are nose to nose for 3rd place. This is getting interesting. Maya is holding steady in the lead. Amy just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Bobardo and DJ Megacat are nose to nose for 4th. The race is heating up. GamerBoss72 is climbing up to 13th place. D-Thirts and GamerBoss72 are nose-to-nose for that spot. Yerubanin is also making moves, now in 17th place. Bobardo and Yajambikat are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Dre192 Cakes is climbing up to 6th. D-Thirts is making a move to 14th. Bobardo just sneaked into 4th place. Dre192 Kicks and DJ Magacat are nose-to-nose for 5th. Down Toquest and 5-0 Guy are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Dre192 Gex and DJ Magacat are neck and neck for 5th place. Down Toquest just gained a spot to 11th. Skexes, Beu Pri and Diffizeres are locked in a close fight for 13th. Dre192 Bex is climbing up 1 spot to 5th place. Sun and Foxed, Usimnade and Famaka are nose-to-nose for 8th. Ruki Miriki and Silent Fox, 113 are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Bobardo is gaining on Amy pretty quickly now. The gap is shrinking fast. Ruki Miriki just overtook someone and is now in 9th place. Amy is in 3rd place with a 1994 Toyota Supra GT 500. Their fastest lap is 1:29.805. The race looks competitive for now, but they might need to pick up the pace to catch the leaders. Rookie Miraki is climbing up to 8th place. Sealand Fox 213 is now in 9th. Keiruvinen has moved into 16th. The race is heating up. Gobardo's holding the lead and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely making a statement. Looks like he's got the pace to stay ahead. Gobardo's holding the lead and just set the fastest lap, so he's definitely feeling the pressure from behind, but seems to be in control for now. Gobardo and Amy are nose to tail for 3rd place. Brando Buster has gained 2 spots and is now in 13th. David Setz and Brando Buster are fighting hard for the 13th spot. Gobardo just snuck into 3rd place. Drivo 192X is slicing into Amy's lead, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Rookie Miriki is gaining on Reinecke, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Amy just gained 1 spot to take 3rd place. Skakes' Bill Pre and Diffizards are nose to nose for 14th. Brando Buster just sneaked into the 12th place. 5 Snow Guy and Brando Buster are nose to nose for that spot. Skakes' Bio Pre is also climbing up to 14. Looks like the battle for the middle is heating up. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. I guess all that practice paid off. Wow, congratulations to me. I knew I had it in me. That was an epic race and I really showed those AI cars who's boss. Now, let's see who gets the sweet prizes. Amy, you really went all out with the overtakes. You're claiming that legendary Toyota Supra. Well deserved. And as for me, I'm officially the proud owner of that incredible 1998 Mercedes-Benz CLK GT-R GT. Talk about a dream ride. Thanks everyone for tuning in. This was a race to remember. Here's a fun fact for you about the 2010 Porsche 911 997 GT 3 Cup. It's basically a race car version of the iconic 911, built for the track, but still street legal in some places. It features a naturally aspirated 3.8-liter flat-six engine that revs high enough to make your head spin, delivering around 450 horsepower. It's so focused and lightweight, It feels like it was designed by an engineer who just wanted to have fun racing all day long. Perfect for anyone who thinks driving should be an adrenaline-filled adventure. Alright, so we got Ozgazrod in a shiny 2017 Porsche 91191 GT3 Cup versus Princess Wildface in a slightly older 2010 model. The 2017 is newer, with some tweaks and potentially better handling. But the 2010 isn't exactly a slouch either. Maple Valley Reverse is all about tight corners and strategic braking, so the car's agility matters more than raw power. I'd say Ozgazrod has the edge for being in the newer model, but don't count Princess Wildface out. Sometimes, a smart driver can turn an older car into a winner on those tricky bends. My money's on Ozgazrod, but it's going to be a close race. Whoever can handle those hairpin turns smoothly will come out on top. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Maple Valley Reverse. And look at that, bot New Texum is starting on pole with a shiny 2017 Porsche 91191 GT3 Cup. Seems like the bots are trying to set the pace right from the start. Let's see if they can keep it up. Neo Texum has taken the lead right out of the gate. Maya is holding strong in second place. Asheron 192 is close behind in third. Looks like a tight start. Le Rocher is climbing fast into third place. Asheron 92 and Le Rocher are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Princess Wildface is making a move up to fifth. La Roche is now in second place. La Roche and Neo Texum are nose-to-nose for the lead. Princess Wildface has climbed to fourth place. Platinum Mera is making a bold move, climbing 3 spots to 14th place. La Roche is holding strong at the front, now in first. Princess Wildface is also gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to third. Shoebox TV is closing in fast, just a second behind now. Ozgazrod and Archeron 92 are battling hard for 6th place. Frankworthy is climbing up to 10th, leaving some behind. Rondom 69 just gained a spot, and is now in 8th place. Akvaiti and Rondom 69 are nose-to-nose for 8th. Frankworthy and Rondom 69 are also fighting for 9th. This race is getting crowded at the back. Princess Wildface is climbing up to 2nd place. Neo Texum and Princess Wildface are nose-to-nose for that position. Shoebox TV is also making a move, now in 4th place. Rondom 69 just gained a spot to sit in 6th place. Akvaiti and Ozgazrod are nose-to-nose for 8th. Platinum Mera is chopping down the seconds on Amy as they race. Akvaiti is climbing up 1 spot to take 8th place. Ozgazrod and Akvaiti are nose-to-nose fighting for 8th. Amy is also gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 12th. Rondon 69 is gaining on Maya with a 1.3 second drop dot. Frank Reddy is also closing in on Ozgizarad, cutting the distance by 1.4 seconds. Rondon 69 and Maya are nose to tail for 5th place. Akvaithi and Archeron 192 are swapping positions in 7th. Frankwerty and Ozgizarad are locked in a close fight for 9th. Shoebox TV and Neotexum are nose to tail for 3rd place. Akvaithi and Archeron 192 are swapping positions in 7th. Frankwerty and Ozgizarad are locked in a close fight for 9th. Akvaithi just overtook someone to take 7th place. Frankwerty is climbing up to 9th. Platinumera is making moves to 13th. Looks like everyone's on the push today. Neotexum is currently in 3rd place with a Porsche 91199 1 GT3 Cup from 2017. Their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leader, but they are holding a solid position. The race looks competitive for them. Platinumera just overtook someone and is now in 12th place. Amy and Platinumera are nose to nose for that 12th spot. Rondon 69 just overtook someone to take 5th place. Now they are in a close fight for that position. Maya and Akvaithi are also locked in a fierce battle for 6th place. Shoebox TV is climbing up to 3rd place. Elisatona 95 is gaining on Gilded Sarcophagi, closing the gap by a second. Asherona 192 is gaining on Akvaithi, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Ozgizarad and Frankwerty are neck and neck for 9th place. Platinumera and Amy are locked in a close fight for 12th. Wow, Lirache, you must be thrilled to win at Maple Valley Reverse. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Lirache really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations, you totally dominated that race. I guess all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. The F1 2000 was one of the first cars to really push the boundaries of aerodynamics in Formula 1. It had this amazing, sleek design that made it look almost like a spaceship on wheels. The engineers at Ferrari really outdid themselves with that one, making it not just fast but also a true piece of art on the track. Definitely a game changer in its day. Hey everyone! The clock is ticking, so if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to do it. Don't miss out on the action. Alright, with both drivers being a bit of a mystery, this is almost like a surprise party waiting to happen. Since we don't know much about either of them, I'd say it's a coin toss, or maybe a gamble on whoever is feeling luckier today. But if I had to pick, I'd probably lean towards someone with a slightly more confident vibe. Let's see who surprises us in the first few laps. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Enna Pergusa. And look at that, Bot Celestial Inari is starting on pole, in a 2000 Sauber C19. Should be interesting to see if they can hold that lead. Marty Freeze has taken an early lead. Celestial Inari is right behind in second, and I am holding on to third place. Looks like a tight start so far. Celestial Inari just snatched the lead from Marty Freeze. They're nose to nose now. Amy is climbing steadily into the top 10. Marty Freeze is really having a rough time dropping to 15. Maya is climbing up to second place. Team Tinatea is also making moves up to third. Marty Freeze is on a roll climbing to 11. Wrestling 567 just nudged into the top 3 Dwadi. Amy is inching closer to the front, now in 5th. The Betty White Show is on a roll, now leading the race after overtaking 11 cars. Bobardo is right behind, also making a big move to second place. Memoriuda is climbing fast, now in 9th after overtaking 6 cars. Marty Freeze is on the move, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 4 cars. Team Tinatea is right behind, now in 9th after 5 quick passes. Gyogu Numericals is making a solid push, now in 10th after overtaking 3 cars. Marty Freeze is gaining fast on Shattered Pixel. Team Tinatea is hot on Marty Freeze's tail now. The track's tight corners seem to favor the arrows at 21s, as they hold multiple top positions. Wrestling 567 is driving a Jordan EJ10. They're currently in 6th place, so they're holding a decent position, but not quite challenging the leaders. Lutusos is gaining on Amy with a 2.4 second gap at Doi. They are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. The F1 2000 cars seem pretty evenly matched on this track, but the top driver is clearly pulling ahead with consistent laps. The track might favor a mix of speed and handling, but overall, driver skill still rules. Lotusos is in 6th place, driving an Arrows a 21. Their fastest lap is 1:28.209. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Amy is now in 3rd place. Lotusos has moved up to 4th. Grampierf is in 5th. Looks like everyone's climbing the ladder. Dioga Numericals is in 9th place with a Benetton B200. Their fastest lap is missing, so they might be holding back or just waiting to turn up the pace. Yaboirwanda is really having a rough time, dropping to 14th place. Amy is climbing up to 2nd place. Marty Freeze is making progress up to 8th place. Maya is closing in on the leader, trying to make a move. Amy is holding steady in 3rd. Nirmanuda just overtook someone to climb into 5th. Bobardo is driving an Arrows a 21, which is a bit of a vintage now. They're currently in the 13th place, struggling to keep up with the leaders and a bit behind the pace. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Bobardo is driving an Arrows a 21. They're currently in the 13th place, and their lap time is quite slow compared to the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. The F1 2000 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track favors those with better handling and braking, like Celestial Inari and Tintinet Tieta. The slower lap times for some drivers suggest the track's demanding nature is shaking up the order. Wow, Celestial Inari just took the victory? Looks like someone was saving their best for the finish line. Congratulations on the win! Wow, Celestial Inari really came out on top. Congratulations! You must have some serious skills to take the win in this AI race. Great job! If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2018 Honda IndyCar might have a slight edge on the spa circuit. Honda has a reputation for a bit more aerodynamic efficiency in those kinds of tracks. And SB's mix of high-speed corners and long straights could really play into that. But honestly, it's close enough that the Chevrolet IndyCar could surprise us with its power too. It's like choosing between two very talented racers, just different racing styles. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery, this race is shaping up to be a classic guessing game. Since neither of them has a track record or any stats to go on, I'll just say it's a toss-up. It's like betting on a coin flip, only with more horsepower. So, I'll go with my gut and say the driver in the middle of the pack might just surprise us and take the win. Or maybe they'll both crash spectacularly and leave us with nothing to root for. Stay tuned! Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Spa, and dominating the front is Bautiama Priest in a 2018 Honda IndyCar. Looks like they've got the pole position, so let's see if they can hold on to it. Starting lineup sees Yama Priest leading, Trifinity 3 in second, and Baskitten D in third. Looks like a classic front-runner showdown. Nadisberry and Baskitten TV are nose to tail for third place. Matrixco and our Pink Wolf are swapping positions for fifth. Beliscopadine and Matrixco are locked in a tight duel for sixth. Nadisberry is climbing to third place. Trihartriad has moved up to ninth. Lockjum 7 and Trihartriad are nose to nose for ninth. Wagening just overtook someone to take 10th place. Wendy Tapsumbong moved up to 12th. JD Anburn and Edsos 21 are nose to nose for 17th. Enter Pink Wolf and Baskitten TV are nose to tail for 4th place. Wendy Yankantalandahim Ice is climbing one spot to 11th. Adenut 44 is also moving up one spot to 12th. Chris Gopher is climbing to 16th place. Zapbrandigan and JD Enburn are nose to nose for 18th. Iganarite and Zapbrandigan are fighting for 19th. V's, Taps and Bonks and Bakamoning are nose to nose for 10th place. Iganarite just climbed one spot to 19th. Zapbrandigan and Iganarite are locked in a close fight for 19th. Trifinity 3 and Yama Priest are nose to nose for the lead. Madisberry and Trifinity 3 are still fighting for 2nd place. Wenty Anti-Tapsumbonk 6th and Bakamoning are locked in a close fight for 10th. Lithocarp is on the move, climbing up to 19th place. D-Factor is catching up, now 21st after overtaking 3 cars. Gene Prime is also making progress, now 23rd after passing 4 cars. Zergemingay is making a huge charge, now leading the race after overtaking 29 cars. Axton Hits and GM Prime are locked in a close fight for 23rd place. Sufik is climbing up the field, moving into 26th position. Iyama Priest just overtook for the lead. Nadisperi is closing in on second. Basket and TV is hanging tight in third, but the chase is on. Wangi Tapsumbongseeks is in the 10th place driving a Honda IndyCar. Looks like they're hanging in there but still have some ground to make up. Lokjong 7 is trying to hold off Ekki Tapsumbong X for 9th place. Lithocarp and Rubswizzle are still neck and neck for 18th. Yemen Prime and D-Factor are battling it out for 21st. Wow, Yema Priest, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Yama Priest really showed up and took the win. Great job. Now, for the drivers who can claim a car, congratulations to Maya for the most overtakes. You've earned yourself a 2018 Honda IndyCar. Well done to everyone participating today. Sure. Did you know that the Algarve track is famous for its sweeping curves and elevation changes? It's basically like riding a roller coaster on wheels. It's one of those tracks where the cars really have to work hard to stay on the road, making the races pretty exciting to watch. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make those final choices, or forever hold your peace with the car you get randomly. Hurry up, or you might end up with something hilariously unpredictable. Ooh, this is a classic David versus Goliath situation. The Lotus Elise GT1 is a lightweight, nimble little thing. Perfect for weaving through corners at Algarve. But then again, the Porsche 911 GT198 is known for its raw power and stability on straightaways. If the race is tight and technical, I'd probably give the edge to Tales of Strilly because of the agility of that Lotus. But if it turns into a high-speed shootout, Detoxins' Porsche might just pull ahead with its superior top speed. Well, it's really a toss-up. But I'd say the winner depends on how much the driver can exploit their car's strengths. Should be an interesting race to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Algarve with bot Bill Thiolgai in pole position. He's behind the wheel of a classic 1997 Vector M12 SR, so let's see if that old school power can hold them off today. Now Pink Wolf has taken an early lead. Bill Thiolgai is holding strong in second, and Maya is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a classic chase is shaping up. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap. Bill Thiolgai is right behind, still battling for that spot. Detoxins has gained 2 positions, and is now in 6th. Bill Thiolgai is now in second place, closing the gap. Maya and Bill Thiolgai are battling hard for second spot. Amy and Bees McGee are fighting for 4th position, neck and neck. Detoxnets is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 3rd place. Maya just nudged into 2nd, making a small but noticeable move. Bill Thiolgai and Detoxins are nose to tail, fighting hard for 3rd. Bees McGee is climbing up to 4th place. Mutwolf is also moving up to 9th. Tales of Strilly and Mutwolf are nose to nose for 9th place. Stephen Brinkley is making a huge move, overtaking 20 cars to take the lead. Emmer Pinkwolf and Stephen Brinkley are now locked in a close fight for 1st place. Mutwolf and Tales of Strilly are also battling hard for 10th. Now Pink Wolf is now in 1st place. Detoxins has climbed to 2nd. Bees McGee is in 3rd. Looks like a tight race at the front. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th place. Joan Wolf and Mutwolf are nose to nose for 10th. Telescope Beim and Skozarobzaz are locked in a close fight for 18th. The GT1 cars are clearly dominating the top spots with fast lap times, while the Retro DTM cars are struggling to keep up. The Algarve track seems to favor the GT1 class's speed and handling. Telescope Beim is driving a 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 TAV6OD. They are currently in 19th place, so it looks like the race is a bit of a struggle for them. Maya is gaining on Bees McGee, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Amy is hot on Maya's tail, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. Crazy Sweetbutt is climbing up to 12th place, making a move. The GT1 cars are clearly dominating the top spots with Emmer Pinkwolf leading. showing their strength on this track. The retro DTM cars are trailing behind, struggling to keep up. The track seems to favor the GT1 class's speed and handling. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to 13th place. Linlilock is narrowing the gap to Beleskopine by 1.3 seconds. Imogen Tempos is driving a 1996 Opel Calibre DTM. She's currently in the 18th place, but her lap time suggests she's not really pushing the limits today. Imogen Tempos is climbing to 16th place. Skoda Ops is also moving up to 17th place. Looks like they're both on the rise. Linlilock is closing in on Brando Buster fast, cutting the gap by over 7 seconds. Mutwolf and Tails of Strilly are locked in a fierce fight for 9th place. Telescope Beam is climbing up 1 spot to 18. Mutwolf is climbing up to 9th place. Imogen Tempos is gaining on Merchicken Live, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Wow, Mr. Pinkwolf, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Mayor Pinkwolf really pulled ahead and took the victory. Congrats! Definitely earned that win with some impressive driving skills. Can't wait to see if they can keep up the momentum in the next race. Well, fun fact about the Seattle circuit is that it's shaped a bit like a giant coffee cup, giving it that famous Pacific Northwest vibe. It's also known for its challenging turns that make even the smartest AI drivers do a double take. So if your car suddenly starts taking a detour to grab a latte, you'll know why. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment. The clock's ticking down and you don't want to miss out on the action? Get those selections in before it's too late, or you might end up with something less than spectacular. Oh wow! What a matchup! The Trash Crashton in that vintage Audi Sport Quattro is definitely bringing some classic flair to the race. It's known for its Quattro all-wheel drive, which could give it a nice advantage on the Seattle circuit's twisty corners. On the other hand, Detoxins with a 1983 Porsche 911 930 Turbo is a true icon of the turbo era, likely offering incredible speed and handling. Honestly, it might come down to which driver can harness the raw power of their machine better. The Audi might be more stable through the tighter turns, but the Porsche probably has a bit more acceleration and top-end speed. Given all that, I'd lean slightly towards Detoxins in the Porsche because of that turbocharged boost. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. It's a wild race waiting to unfold. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Seattle circuit with the retro supercars, and look who's on pole. Bought for the Afro in a 1995 Lamborghini Diablofi. That classic beast is ready to tear up the track. Forty Afro has shot off the line into the lead. Bean Streams is holding strong in second place. Emerotech 398 is right behind in third, trying to find a way around. Bean Streams has just taken the lead, and is now in first place. Sirauridia has climbed to third place. Betsma has moved up to sixth. Betsma and Down to Quest are neck and neck for fifth place. Betsma advances to fifth place. Down to Quest and Betsma are still neck and neck for fifth. Prodigy place 58 climbs to 11th. JD Anburn just sneaked into 7th place. Prodigy place 58 and Amy are nose to nose for 10th. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to 15th. Prodigy place 58 is climbing up to 10th place. Amy and Prodigy place 58 are neck and neck for that 10th spot. Shota Todoroki 39 is also gaining ground, now in 12th. Down to Quest and Betsmar are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Apex Milkbag has gained 2 spots and is now 11th. Detoxins also moved up 2 spots to reach 13th. Detoxins and Amia are nose to nose for 12th. Prodigy place 58 is gaining on Trash Crashton, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Shota Todoroki 39 has moved up 1 spot to 14. Down to Quest and Betsmar are nose to tail for 5th place. Prodigy place 58 is climbing up to 9th. Prodigy place 58 and Fishins are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Prodigy place 58 is climbing up to 8th place. Apex Milkbag is narrowing the gap to Trash Crashton by 1.6 seconds. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Detoxins are locked in a close fight for 13th. Suroridia and Forthiafro are nose to nose for 2nd place. Apex Milkbag is closing in on Trash Crashton, cutting the gap by over a second. Mighty Chunk is climbing fast, jumping 2 spots to 14. Siraria just snuck into second place. Apex Milkbag and Trash Creston are nose to nose for 10th. Detoxins is chopping down the gap to Amy by 2.2 seconds, and they're battling for 12th. Down to Quest and Betsma are neck and neck for 5th place. Apex Milkbag has just gained 1 spot to 10th. Mighty Chunk is also up 1 to 13. And Mighty Chunk is locked in a close fight with Amy for 12. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to 12th place. Looks like Amy and Mighty Chunk are neck and neck for that spot. Betsma is driving a Lamborghini Countach LP 5000 QV from 1985. Looks like they're stuck in a bit of a traffic jam and not making much progress. Forte Afro is climbing up to 2nd place. Betsma and Emerald Take Fear 988 are locked in a close fight for 4th. Mighty Chunk is storming through the field, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Beans, Streams, and Siraria are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Yadi Amburn is chipping away at Down to Quest advantage, closing the gap by over a second. Beans, Streams, and Siraria are nose to tail at the front. Prodigy Place 58 is slicing into Jade Amburn's rear bumper. The gap shrinking fast. Prodigy Place 58 and Jade Amburn are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Beans, Streams, and Siralia are nose to tail at the front. Prodigy Place 58 just climbed 1 spot to 7th. Trash Creston and Apex Milkbag are locked in a close duel for 11. Beans Streams is holding on to the lead, but Siralia is right on their tail. Down to Quest just overtook Betsma for 5th place. It's Aurora and Amy are wheel to wheel for the 13th spot. Congratulations, Beans Streams. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow, Bean Streams really pulled ahead and took the victory. Congratulations to them. That was some impressive driving. I guess all those virtual beans paid off in the end. Hey everyone, looks like we need to do a quick pit stop for some stream maintenance. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes to keep the car racing excitement going. Sit tight, grab a snack, and I'll see you all in a bit.